Can you look at the camera? At your camera? Smile. Hold on a second. Stay right there. Be right with you, okay? Just gotta check something. Okay. All right. Ready when you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Easter Sunday.
Happy Easter Sunday. Cheers.
Happy Resurrection Sunday. Would you put the rose quartz next to the candle, please? Thank you. How are you today?
Good. You?
I'm fine. Just gonna take it a bit easy today.
You okay?
Yeah, my body is telling me to slow it down a bit.
What does that mean?
I feel density and like a heaviness here, and I'm being called to rest more and take a day off.
Okay, so no live stream?
No, we are.
Okay. Because again, remember, if you don't want to live stream today, that's fine. Just let me know, so because then I can do my work. So if you're saying I need to rest or whatever, then don't force yourself to do something, and then we're wasting the time and we're not outputting. Okay.
Let's begin with a beginning meditation, yeah? Let's just close our eyes and breathe deeply. Growing our roots into the earth. Wrapping around the core of Mother Gaia for feeling fully anchored, rooted, and grounded, supported, resourced, nourished, and nurtured. And connecting also the top of our head and our crown all the way up into the great central sun. Being fully rooted, grounded, and anchored and balanced between heaven and earth. And with every breath in, we are inhaling the life force energy of the divine from above and Mother Earth into our body, our heart, our mind. And expanding it out in through and around our body. Nourishing, blessing, expanding our field, our capacity, our nervous system. Our presence, our toroidal field, our light body. And visualizing yourself and your body becoming and looking like a sun presence while we do that. Breathing in from the core of earth and the central sun, collecting it in our heart. And shooting it out in through and around us in all directions, strengthening our field, our aura, our presence, our capacity to hold, to be present, to be rooted in our own energy, in our own presence, in our medicine, and in our true purpose and what God put us here to do. Thank you, Great Divine, for guiding this live stream. We're taking one more deep breath in. I am here. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes.
I have a favor to ask you, please. When you do those meditations, can you please not breathe like into the microphone? It's very piercing for my ears. I don't know how it is for whoever's watching it, but it's very unpleasant. If you can like maybe have the microphone a little bit further away.
The breath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so where are we today? What are we doing today?
So I'm being clearly guided to focus on building the offer for lifepurpose.com. And to use the time on the live stream to do that.
I don't know why you keep fixating on the offer. That's already done from last week. Look how easy this is, please.
But I mean getting the offer out. It's not on livepurpose.com. Where is the funnel? Where can people sign up?
Yeah, there's you're that's a completely different thing right now. Right now, look, this is what you're going to use. You want to have a community platform, right?
Wait, hold on a moment before we go to this part. I wanted to touch on what I shared with you last time. And what came clearly through as a higher leading guidance, because a couple of weeks ago, I had no idea about the offer. And I asked God, I asked the divine, give me all the clarity I need for the offers. What should we do? And what came through were these two offers. And what I was shown was to have a life purpose sanctuary, which is for weekly calls where I give Diksha and light language blessings for half an hour. And it can be donation based. It can be a free offering for people to come in and to receive the blessings. And the way I saw it was that this is as an entry gateway where people just come into the Life Purpose Sanctuary to receive their blessing for their purpose. And the second offer, the Live Your Purpose Mastermind, which is yearly, is going to be the route where people can go if they want to really be committed and go deeper. So this is the path that I was shown. And this is what I have. This is what I've been given. And it's up to us. It's up to me what I do with it.
And I told you already last week what you're better, because we already had that thing, and we don't need to take hours to do this. If you look at the screen, this is what we already talked about from last time. Let me put this up here for us, for everyone to see. We already talked about this last week, and it's kind of redundant now already. We already said, unless I did not understand you, unless you did not really be clear, we already talked about this. Having combined the two. Okay. So what that means is hold on a second. this is a process map. You have content, which is top of funnel. Then you have link, which is to one destination. Okay. The link is to the offer. Okay. You don't want two offers. And I already told you that. Look, you've never done this. I have many times. And here's what I've learned. It takes the same amount of effort to enroll someone at $30 as it does at $3,000. It's the same amount of effort. It's the same energy you're going to take to produce content to get them either here or here. It's the same exact thing. On top of which, what you can do is we can combine what you're saying here into this offer. Okay? So if, let's say, this is the thing that you offer where you do light language plus Diksha blessings, right? That's what you're proposing, right?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that. And we already talked about this last time. We said, are you going to realistically, Hema Almond, are you realistically going to deliver both offers? Are you going to realistically do that? Versus if you have just one offer, you combine it all into one container. Okay, so imagine this is one container right here, plus hold on a second, sorry. Plus what was it called? The life purpose yearly hot seat thing. Okay. So this is one container and the offer is $3,000 plus per year. One offer, which means all you need to do is just create a whole bunch of content around your cohort. Okay. And honestly, that shouldn't be the effort of today. And I already wrote down what I think the effort of today should be and why. And I'll explain that to you in a minute. You create content for your cohort. You drive them to the link. The link is lifepurpose.com, and then that drives them to the offer. The offer is this one offer. Okay. So the one offer is and we already wrote this down here in Notion. We have it now in the databases. Okay. The core offer is this. It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. It's BrandOS community.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a community. It's more like a mastermind inner circle.
Okay. That's what that is. And the price?
4444.
Okay. Done. That's the community, right? And it is 1 year. It's a 1 year thing. Okay. Cohorts, we're going to have to change that up here, but the cohorts could be millennials. It could be spiritual seekers. It could be, these are all a sample list of cohorts, which honestly is the most important thing that we need to focus on. And 3 cohorts is not going to cut it. 3 cohorts is not going to cut it because what we have to do, what you're going to see here, and I've already been building out this system already. We already have the fleshed out design. We need to understand the language and the challenges of each generation. So for example, if you look over here, okay, this is a generations library database. Okay. And I fleshed this out with Notion AI and ChatGPT. These are the generations. These are 6 generations. Okay. That we're currently having on this planet right now. We have baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and now Generation Beta. Okay. And these are the years that they are in existence. So from 1946 all the way up until 2039, these are the generations. These are the environments they grew up in. These are their challenges, their desires, their fears, their default beliefs, their patterns. When we are creating cohorts, we need to speak the language that creates and talks to these cohorts. Okay. So Generation Z may use certain slang language that we don't use. Like I never use the word cooked or chopped or what. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. But someone from Gen Z would understand what that means, or someone that's, that is interacting with Gen Z would know what that means. So that's how that plays into our offer, because when we have our offer, we have to understand who our cohort is that is aligned to that offer. Okay. So that's why we're talking about this. Okay. Now getting back to what you're saying, we need to work on the offer. I don't think that that's a priority anymore, because we already said that this would be it from last week. Now, again, I don't know if, let's say you forgot or you need more time to think about it. And if that's the case, then fine, think about it more if you want to. I'm coming from the place of, look, we already have right now an agent that creates already content for us. And let me pull up the production hub. So we already have now content here from being generated for us now every hour on the hour. Okay. And we can create whatever piece of content we want to now, because we have the nuts and bolts, the bits and pieces of it. Okay. And it generates the script for us. It applies the templates. So we have literally all you have to do is just turn on the prompter and then speak it out. And that's the script. That's pretty much the script.
What if the script does not resonate at all?
Well, then that's why you also that's the focus. That's why we have to train the model. That's where the time needs to go, not to an offer. And again, remember, if you have shitty content and no one is going to watch, you're not going to get any traffic to the offer. You get what I'm saying? And even still right now, yes, you have, okay, fine. You posted a video. It got 27,000 views on TikTok. Fine. But now there's that decay curve where, you had the content posted. And it got 27,000 views, 27K views. But then after, let's say 24 to 48 hours plus, it went from here to now, like all that reach is going down now. If you look at this graph right here, all that reach is now going down. So you're not getting that push. It's now flatlining basically. So we don't have, unless you continuously figure out a system, that can create content all the time, that's why you need to produce that effort, right? But if you don't, you're going to need the other things too. The offer is very simple, and the offer is very, very simple. Look.
So when is the time to create the offer then?
It's already here. We already did it. The offer is already simple. It's just taking what I did from that 10K coaching course, putting that on here, getting a circle membership. Look, getting a circle membership, and we've got unlimited members. We have courses, we have discussions, events, live streams, live rooms, custom branding, paid memberships, gamification, custom domain. We've got all of this stuff right now. Okay. That's not the issue. Literally, just sign up for this. Just sign up for this thing.
So you want me to do this on my own?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
You're talking about the offer. Okay, let's focus.
Well, I just want to give some clarity here in my way of thinking. So in my way of thinking is create the offer first so that it's online, and then build everything around the offer. That's why I have been feeling it is important to focus on the offer first before doing anything else. But you have probably a completely different strategy.
I'm telling you from experience that is the mistake that always fucked me every time. And I don't mean to be very rude or vulgar about that, but that is the mindset that always destroyed me every single time. I'm going to explain to you why. Okay.
So then should we just create a temporary sign up where people can sign up until the offer gets launched or something like that?
Yes, and let me get to you here, okay? So right now we have a live stream for the life purpose of series, and Hema is fixated on the offer. And already for the last 2 live streams, she's been wanting to finalize the offer. And I entertained that last week, and I said, okay, well, what do you have that you want to talk about, whatever, period. So we did that last week, and now this week she's now saying again, hey, I want to work on the offer. And I'm telling her, no, we already worked on the offer last week. It's already done. And we want to move on to the brand operating system and figuring out the cohorts and figuring out her interests and the keywords and making sure that that part of the funnel is working. And she's still fixated on the offer. And I'm telling her that that is a huge mistake to do, because from my experiences, you never want to build out the offer completely. You want to have an idea, sure, but you never want to build out the offer entirely. Why? Because if someone takes all that energy and effort to build out an offer, just like I have, and nobody wants it, it's a waste of time. And I've done this so many countless times to finally learn, no, we want to build the traffic and we want to have an MVP, minimum viable product. And even then, we just want to, even at this stage, just get people to an email list to sign up for the free beta offer, which is basically like, let us know. We have an email list where people can sign up to be notified when the beta program releases, period. I would imagine that would be the MVP, so that we don't waste any time or any money on this. Period. Because I've done that before so many times. Period. However, comma, what if I'm wrong? Question mark. I need you to audit this entire message and tell us exactly what someone would do in this situation. Question mark. Would they actually go out and build the offer before they have any actual proof of interest? Question mark. Or would they have a very simple, massively simple MVP, like an email list that says, hey, we're going to have a circle releasing soon for a life purpose, and it's going to be a 1-year membership or whatever. Sign up your email so that we can let you know when it is in existence. And then when we get like 1,000 email signups to that particular sign up, then we say, okay, now it's worth our energy and our effort to actually build out the thing. And we're going to take a small group of people and we're going to have a cohort. And that's it, period. And I need you to evaluate and audit what would be the smartest approach long-term. Because I would imagine that once we have an idea of what we want to do, we need to first identify, well, what is the cohort and what is the kind of content we need to attract the cohort? And then we need to refine from there. Question mark. ... And again, this relates to brand operating system and how we're going to move everything downstream, period. So I need you to audit all this. What are you going to say?
And this is also what I have been shown. The first offer is to get people more interested in lifepurpose.com and to basically grab more attention. And it would be until the offer is officially launched and we say, okay, there is interest, people are signing up. I can use the blessing offer with the Diksha and the light language as a way to get people registered with their email address, show up for the weekly blessing, to then have more people coming in to to then possibly be forwarded to a paid offer. So think about this. Let's say you are new in a town and you are opening up an ice cream store. How do you get your word out there that, hey, we have an ice cream store? What I would do, honestly, probably for a month, for 2 or even 3 months, I would give out free ice cream on a regular basis.
Is that the truth, or did you get that from TikTok?
I would give out free ice cream on a regular basis and let people know, hey, we have an ice cream store, so that people know that, hey, we are here. This is what we have. Come taste our ice cream. And that's the same with livepurpose.com.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you wouldn't charge for the Diksha blessings.
Yeah,
then.
and that's what I said. If you listened carefully to what I said today, my words, I said it could be a free offering or it could be donation-based, where it's like similar to what someone else that we signed up for some time ago, he did not charge anything. He said, pay whatever you want to pay. So this has been an idea that I could start doing this now to get more attention and eyeballs on the brand.
Okay. I want you to share that message with ChatGPT.
What I just shared with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ready? So I have been seeing a path of having a free offering, perhaps donation-based. People can give whatever they want. And it looks the following. It is a 30 to a maximum 40-minute call a week called the Life Purpose Sanctuary, where people can sign up to come to a Zoom call. And I would literally just do a blessing of Diksha and light language for them as a group. It's a very quick thing. It should not take longer than 30, 40 minutes. People can share after they receive the blessing. And the idea is to have this as a free offering to get the word out there that, hey, livepurpose.com exists. This is what we do. This is our mission. And it would be a way for people to get to know the co-founder, which is me, of the brand personally. And it would also give them a vibe of what we are about. So, and then from there until the beta offer, the 12-year membership in a circle, Live Your Purpose, is more developed, and we actually have proof that people are interested in a paid offer. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that right now.
Do we have...
And I also want to add on to this is...
Hold on. Mm-hmm.
So I'm also speaking from my own experience. For every single paid program that I personally signed up for, there was always a free offering ahead of time, which introduced me to a brand, which introduced me to a company. And in more than 80% of the times where I purchased a product or I purchased a course or a membership, I was introduced to the brand and what they are about by a free offering. So this could be a pathway for us in livepurpose.com moving forward.
Okay, hold on a second. I hear you, and again, I'm gonna give my interpretation as well to ChatGPT to audit this.
And there is one more thing.
Hold on. Mm-hmm.
And the other idea behind doing a free offering is perhaps my own charitable mindset and spirit, where I always want to make sure that every person, no matter their financial background, can have a blessing at least. And I don't want to just serve people who have money. I also feel called to serve people who may not have $4,444 a year. So I've been thinking about this. Okay, what about someone in India who makes less than $2 a week? They could never afford our paid membership. And if our mission is global, if my mission is global, then can I give something to people for free?
Okay, that's what HEMMA said. Comma, now this is what I am saying. If the argument that she is making is she wants to have some type of an offer that's free, I believe that that's wasted energy from what I have seen in the past, from my mistakes, building, things for myself and doing the whole SOLOPRENEUR stuff. ... If she wants to have a free offer, comma, what I believe her free offer is her free content. Period. And if she just produces a whole bunch of very valuable free content right from the jump, comma, people would automatically see the value and then be like, oh, I want to work with her, because we apply the jab, 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 right hook philosophy from Gary Vee. Period. Where we create a really good amount of content, like a lot of content at scale, which is what I believe that we should be focusing on for the brand operating system, just creating a whole bunch of content, putting all the value for free. And then when we have enough attraction and eyeballs, we say, okay, now we have this program, period. And if the argument that HEMMA is making is, hey, I want to do the DEEKSHA / light language blessing stuff. And if she's truly serious about either for free or for donation base, if she's even doing it on donation base, she should expect that people are probably not going to pay for it. And if they do, it's probably going to be very little. Is she going to be mentally okay with that? If that's her true, authentic saying, like, I want to help people for free, okay, fine. Then you can just do a whole bunch of free content, period. And what I'm saying is she could also just do a live stream where she does a DEEKSHA / light language blessing once a month for free. If that's really, truly her thing that she really, truly wants to do, and she wants to do it for free. She doesn't need to have an offer for that, period. And what I believe is most important is, again, that's great that you want to do things for free. However, in this timeline that we are in, that's, again, I think the quote, light workers, quote, problem, especially the ones that don't want to offer something as a term of energetic exchange. I believe that the problem is that they're shy about saying what they really want. And they believe that they have to go through all these fucking hoops and bounds to get what they really want. Period. And if Hema is really sincere about building a business, then she needs to rewire her thinking to think as simple and as straight to the point as possible, period. Because I personally do not see the point of creating content, wasting Sundays when we should be creating massive amounts of content right now, and wasting Sundays talking about an offer when really we already know the offer. And we know that the future of AI is going to disrupt every fucking industry. So the main thing is, the main business model I see right now for her, for someone like her in her niche, is to build a community that is online, that meets up IRL in real life. And what she does is she charges for the online community as a yearly retainer, comma, then she has a paid event in real life. That's personally what I see for someone like her in her industry. And in terms of information, there's so much information is no longer valuable because AI can give us that information in seconds and probably far more accurate without us having to search all these different blog posts and websites and all that shit. Period. And if her argument is the light language blessings, then she could just literally make a video just offering that for free already. And there's no need to drive people down funnel. And then she wastes more time when she could just be creating content. And then that content is just distributed over and over and over and over again without her having to show up live. She could just create the piece of content once and as a live stream, and then just leave it out there for everyone to see and to participate and to benefit from. And then that's it, period. And what I'm thinking, what I'm trying to say to her is, don't waste your time in the $30 offer, because the $30 offer is going to take the same amount of effort to market and promote as a $3,000 offer, period. If people don't want to pay for the thing, they're not going to pay for the thing regardless. And that's okay. It doesn't matter. But what matters is that, like, hey, look, we have to really think here. We have 2 kids. We're trying to move to the United States. Okay. And unfortunately, that costs cash. And we have to be very honest about this. Period. So my thinking is, we already know essentially what she wants to offer. And I also personally know what she would need to offer at this stage, because AI is going to disrupt a whole bunch of businesses and the way a whole bunch of businesses work. So she has no choice but to offer something that is a one-of-one, very unique thing that AI cannot replace or replicate. And that is going to have to be a community offering of some sort, where it's an accountability thing. There is no other way. At least that's how I see it, period. So what this idea is that I'm saying is to future-proof her and what she wants to do with lifepurpose.com, to future-proof it in such a way that it is community-based with real humans paying a real human for a service, which is a community, which is to belong to a community of like-minded people that then meet up in real life for another offer, period. So that should be the focus from the beginning. And we offer that as the main offer, as the number one offer. And if she wants to honestly do the DEEKSHA /light language blessings, she should include that at the very beginning or at the very end of the weekly online community meetups, and then just bridge that together, period. And she can create a live stream once a month on her doing the DEEKSHA /light language blessings, and then release that as a video after the live stream is done, so that people can see her little sampler, like her free ice cream giveaway, that then goes and lets them know, hey, we have this offer. And if you want to be a part of this, we have this Life Purpose community for once a year, and the first 30 days are free. ... But either which way, I think it's wasted energy at this stage to say, let's keep working on the offer, when really what you need to do is you need to figure out, again, all your cohorts. We need to build the agents, and we need to make sure that we have good content that people want to consume, that don't think is shit, that is interesting to them. And they're going to say, oh yes, actually, I do want to work with them because they get it. And they're already leading the AI revolution, basically, and they're at the face of this, and they're facing AI head on, and they're not afraid of it, and they're not fucking hiding, basically. ... Okay, so that's what I'm saying, period. I need you to evaluate both of our messages and tell us what direction we should go in, period. And I need you to give us a process map that is not an image, comma, written process map of like what's our step 1, step 2, etc. for our funnel and how we should be working this and what we should be ultimately doing. Okay. But that's a good point though that you brought up though. Because you're talking about the whole ice cream thing, but that's the whole thing with having content in social media. That's what we have to you have to get that in your head. Your MVP is going to be your content. It's just a little sliver of what you're ultimately leading up to in your offer. Okay. And if you don't do that now, if you're not focused on how can I create the best amount of content, at highest quality content at scale now, you're always going to be stuck here. And now what I'm trying to do for you is I'm trying to get you out of that loop as fast as possible. Okay. Because I've been there. I'm telling you, I've been through that shit before where it's like, oh, but what if that? No. You have to get to market as fast as possible. Okay.
I've also been inspired by people like Tony Robbins or the ecom community who have been always having free offerings, right? And then they get a whole bunch of new people globally come into their offerings.
Yeah, I understand that. But number one, they have the financial budget. Number two, they have the team.
Yeah.
And number three, they already have a following. They already have an audience. That's it. So we need to play catch up here. We need to do all that other shit that comes before all that stuff. I'm not saying don't have a free offering. I think that's awesome. That's great. But just be really honest with yourself, because I had to be really honest with myself. There was a time when I had the tarot stuff. I started live streaming all the time, giving things away for free all the time. And if I wasn't seeing the return that I wanted, that does fuck with you after a while. You're like, damn, I'm putting in all this work. I'm not getting anything back from it. What the fuck? It's a mismatch. And again, if money didn't exist, would we be doing this? You got to ask yourself, you got to be really honest with yourselves. Really, really be honest with yourself. If money did not exist, would you actually be doing what you're doing right now? Got to be really honest. You have to be. And why does that matter? Because what you're saying you want and what you're doing then are two incongruent ideas. It's incongruent, because if you're saying I want to build a business, but yet you're giving away things for free, and you're basically creating more obstacles along the way, you're just making it harder on yourself to receive. Okay, versus saying, okay, just one thing, one very simple thing, one very simple funnel, a whole bunch of content that leads to there. That's it. And there's no reason why you can't hit the record right now on the content that's there, even if it's shit. We already have multiple scripts now. There's no excuse. The only excuse is you are searching for perfection in that regard. Then it's, but it's not ready. It's not done. No. Just put the fucking thing out there. That's it. And that's what we need to be spending these 4 hours on. Because it's already we've already been doing this for like 7. This is already like the 6th or 7th live stream now. How much longer do you want to wait?
No, I don't. And that's also where we are both getting clarity, because
I don't need clarity. I already know what to do.
Okay, then you've been asking me for the leadership, and this is what has been coming to me, and I'm just sharing it.
And that's good. And I'm telling, and that's why this is why I'm here to consult you, and I'm trying to guide you in that direction to think differently.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Because if I were to start, like, again,
but it's important that we go over this.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's where I was before. That was my thinking before. Oh, I gotta no. Even though that is the last step, and you do want to reverse engineer from there, you just have an idea. You just have an outline. Because what's going to happen is what you think people want versus what they actually want then changes. Okay? So you can start off with this offer right here, and then the next thing you know, it's going to change. It's going to pivot a few degrees. every single month, and it's going to pivot a few degrees, and then the next thing you know, it's like, oh shit, like you look down the road a year later, what people were actually paying for versus what you thought people wanted is a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, I also see that with the free content on social media. The content where I think, oh, this could probably get a lot of attention doesn't, and the videos where I don't think anything about get the most views.
Exactly. And that's why, once again, don't put your heart and soul into creating the content. You have to just think about it as it's my presence, it's the way that I speak certain things, and it's ultimately what resonates with them. Okay, that's why I wouldn't put my heart and soul into something that I want, because what I want versus what the market wants could be completely different things. All right, let's listen to this message. There's 2 messages here, okay?
Okay.
You're mostly right. The smartest long-term approach is not fully build the offer first. It is also not just make an email waitlist and do nothing else. The smartest approach is this. The real answer you want to build: 1, a clear offer hypothesis; 2, a lightweight validation asset; 3, traffic signal gathering; 4, a small paid or live beta; 5,
going too fast.
an email waitlist.
Can I
Mostly
read
right.
this
The smartest
while he's speaking it? Where are we? Okay, let's start again, please.
term approach is not fully build the offer first. It is also not just make an email waitlist and do nothing else. The smartest approach is this. The real answer you want to build: 1, a clear offer hypothesis; 2, a lightweight validation asset; 3, traffic signal gathering; 4, a small paid or live beta; 5, then the real offer.
Understand that part.
Can you break it down for me?
Okay, a clear offer hypothesis is what is the offer thing that people want? Okay, what is the offer that people want? That's a hypothesis. So right now, our offer hypothesis is that people want the life purpose hot seat or whatever because they want to figure out and get clarity on their life purpose. They want to leave the job world or the old earth paradigm, and they want to step into the new earth paradigm where they get paid to exist. That's the offer hypothesis. A lightweight validation asset is something very simple that we can ship. It's an MVP. Okay, a lightweight validation asset is an MVP. It's a minimum viable product. It's just the very, very simplest thing that you just distribute out to the market. That's it. Traffic plus signal gathering. That is going to be your content. Okay, so this is why I say the content is the top of funnel. Content is the top of funnel. The offer is the last thing. It's all downstream. It's downstream. We have an idea, but we have to take them on that ride. Okay, so we have to automatically get people on that ride with us to go downstream. And that's where the traffic and the signal gathering come into. A small paid or live beta, that's the cohort. That's the 30-day trial or whatever. Try your 30 days free. Then the real offer is after that. Okay?
Is the same path. Your core mistake to avoid. Your mistake would be saying, don't work on the offer at all.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, okay, let's finish the message.
Hema's mistake would be saying, let's fully flesh out the offer before demand exists. Both extremes are bad. You do need an offer, but only at the level of a testable hypothesis.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
MVP.
Okay, I get that.
Okay? You understand?
Yeah.
So we just want to so let's say you create another piece of content on TikTok that goes viral, okay? And then someone clicks on your link. Okay, like you said people are clicking on the lifepurpose.com link, right?
Yeah, for the newsletter.
Great. Now what we do is we warm up that new list. So this is where now you, Hema, you have to go back to writing the newsletter. Okay? You can use AI to assist you and support you, but ultimately what you want to do is you want to warm up people, get people used to what you're saying, and get them used to your name. Let them know, hey, I'm coming out with a lifepurpose.com community offer or whatever. And then get a little sign up landing page for people that are interested.
Are we going to do this together, or am I going to figure this out on my own?
Could be something we do together on a Sunday. But remember, right now, that is not important.
Okay.
Right now, the most important thing is finishing the brand operating system. We have to understand what your interests are, because we need certain information about you, because the way that I'm building the agents, remember, this is all going to be, this is the reason why it's taken us so long. I wanted the cash for us to have a team of humans. God chose a different route. Okay. So because I could not have finished the trading program because of that trader, because we lost basically you lost the entire crypto portfolio, because we had a $12,000 electrical bill, all signs are pushing me towards, Gabriel, you're going to have no other choice but to work with AI. No other choice but to work with AI and to figure out how to create specialist agents and orchestrator agents and a meta agent to do everything on its own for you. Fine, no problem. But because that is the route that it seems like we're going in right now, okay, we have to pivot how we work. Probably going to be for the better anyway. My point with all that is getting back to this with the, what was the thing that you were saying just now?
I don't know.
Okay, I lost my thought too. The point is that with all of this stuff that we're doing right now, in order for us to do this as if we had a whole team of people, we have agents. The agents are only going to be as good as the instructions we give it. Okay? In order for us to successfully do this and create content at scale, we need to focus on the metadata, the meta information. The meta information, before we even get to even hitting the record and then publishing it, is what the hell do you want to talk about? Because if you don't know what you want to talk about, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to go anywhere. So we need to gather information and intel about you. What are your interests? What are your things? So that's why at this stage right now, the most important, there you go. That's why the most important thing right now is the brand operating system. Okay. Because in order to create content at scale, we have to have certain metadata. The agents are only as good as the information and the context they have, which is why we have been live streaming. We're going to feed the transcripts. When it comes to, do you need me to do that on my own, or do I do that with you or whatever? We're going to do that together so that you see it. Okay. But what you're going to do is, you've got the email newsletter. You said people are going to your emails newsletter and they're signing up for the emails newsletter, right? Okay, great. That's what you want. You want to capture emails. That is, for me, I think is the most important thing, because once again, on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all these social media platforms, you do not own it. Because you do not own it, your content can go down in a second. Case in point, just this week, there was a lady that she made a post, and she was like, she looked like she was in her 50s or 60s. She had like gray hair. And she was saying how someone had hacked her YouTube account. She had over 50,000 subscribers. She spent 2 years building out her YouTube channel for it to be gone in one fucking day. Mm. That's why I'm saying all these things that I'm saying, okay? You do not own it. You have to drive traffic to something that you own. The only thing that you're going to own is that email newsletter list. You need the emails, okay? Those emails, if you have enough of those emails, that's going to allow you, that's going to give you the opportunity to get, if YouTube went down today, you would still be fine because you have the email newsletter. If TikTok, Instagram, all the social media platforms went down today, you would still be fine. Why? Because you have the email newsletter. Okay. That's the most important asset that's an asset that you actually own. Everything else is a liability. Okay. In terms of the cash flow board game, assets versus liabilities, email newsletter, asset. Your offer that works without you, asset. Everything else, liability, because you don't own it. You do not own it. Paying for software, liability. All these other liability. We have to think in terms of assets versus liabilities. Okay. So the name of the game, from how I see it now, is You want to have AI help you create content at scale. That's why the BrandOS is so important. We want to understand who our target audience is very well, because that is the most essential thing to marketing. And we read the Gary Vaynerchuk book now with the day trading attention. And what did he say in the book? Marketing, for the sake of better marketing, leads ultimately to more sales. Okay? Until money no longer exists in this new earth paradigm, new earth economy, and it's truly just about like, hey, are you just being and are you just providing value to raise people's vibration and consciousness? Until everyone gets that level of like agreement and consensus, we're still going to need money. Okay. Even the Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency, that's still old thinking. Even if that's in the future, that's still old thinking. Okay. So we still in this lifetime are probably going to have to deal with all this monetary stuff, exchanging, I buy this thing, you give me this value, this service. Okay, fine. So for the offer, we do not ever want to have it all done with the courses, with everything like this. No. We only want to have the MVP. The MVP is going to be drive traffic, create a whole bunch of content that drives traffic to the email newsletter. And then from there, you say, hey, we're going to start up a beta program.
Beta means testing?
Yeah, a testing program. Okay. First 30 days free. Done. And that we're not going to do the beta program for 1 year. It's going to be just 30 days. Here we go. Done. And we just go. Okay. Either which way, for 1 month of Circle, it's going to cost $89 a month.
How much?
$89 a month.
In the testing phase.
Yes. So again, that's why as well, even if we're going to spend $1, even if we're going to spend 1 minute of our time, we have to I choose to make sure that we're accurate with what we're creating, with the content that we're producing and that we're distributing. Okay. So I'm not saying don't work on the offer at all. I'm saying have an MVP, have the very, very smallest thing where we have email newsletter to a landing page to, to the community. And even then the community could just be the Discord. That could be the MVP. Literally, it can just be the MVP. So we have email newsletter to Discord. And then we say in the Discord, hey, we're having this live stream with the hot seat. That's MVP right there. Mm-hmm. That's MVP right there. That's already the offer. And then, then we say, hey, if you guys like this, then we go to the next thing. Okay. All right. So well,
thank you for sharing this in such a detail with me, because that's really important for me to understand. Because I did not understand it that way before. So thank you for introducing me.
Okay. So I'm telling Helma here that we always want to be thinking MVP. And what basically I told her is she wants to create content at scale, have that content drive to the email newsletter for thelifepurpose.com. And then from there, we have a free Discord group where we have we have in the email, hey, join our Discord group if you're interested in doing a weekly live stream, hot seat, whatever. We're going to do first 30 days free, and we're looking for a little small beta program or testing group. After the 30 days is done, we then point people to like, hey, if you're interested in this and you want to take this the next step further, we have this Circle paid community, which is XYZ dollars per year. And it's a 1 year container, period. I believe that should be the MVP, because there we don't spend not even $1 to set anything up. The email newsletter is already set up. We already have, the domain and all that stuff, Now the next step is just getting people to see if they're actually interested in the offer by joining the Discord group. And that will be our proof of work or proof of concept to show us, okay, yes, people are interested in this lifepurpose.com hot seat community thing, because we have already sent out the emails and people have already clicked on the link to join the Discord group. And that could be our proof of concept. And if we have 100 people that are in that group, obviously, we're probably going to have like a 1% or a 10% at maximum conversion rate So we may have out of that 100 people, maybe 1 to 10 people sign up at most, maybe even none. And we have to be okay with that, period. And that's when we know whether or not we want to continue on with the next step of it or we pivot or whatever. But I ultimately think that we would want to continue with a yearly recurring revenue model that is for humans, that is community-based, where we then lead to IRL. And the main driver of this is the quality of content that we put out there at free scale through social media platforms. Because again, we do not own the social media platforms. Therefore, we need assets. And the asset is our email newsletter. And that's it. And also the offer. Okay, let's finish this message here.
A fully built business. What experienced builders would do, they would not spend weeks or months building curriculum, back-end, automation structure, pricing tiers, onboarding, branding, and all that before proof of demand. They would define who it is for, what pain it solves, what transformation it promises, what the first simple version looks like, how people can raise their hand.
Okay, then that's exactly what I'm saying here. Who is it for? Cohorts. What pain does it solve? We have our core pain and offer DB.
So you're saying, can you go back?
Hold on a second. Let me open this up for you.
To work on these points first.
Mm-hmm. And that's what
on the live streams.
That's what I've been building out already on my own time. That's why I say, when we come here, it should only just be creating content at scale. Okay. Like the arts and crafts day that I told you. Because if you're only going to be here for once a week and you have the studio equipment, you got to make sure that you use it. Like Marie Forleo, you know how we read that book and she had to pay for the studio?
Yeah.
This is paying for renting the studio space.
Okay.
Imagine that. She had to fucking show up to somewhere with her team, set up her whole thing to then record the content. So what I'm saying here is we need to define these first, okay, and then test as we go along. So who is it for? Who is it for is our cohorts, okay? Who is it for are our cohorts, which we built out this week. These are our cohorts, okay? These are the titles of the cohorts. Gender specific example, life purpose cohorts, buyers, whatever. This has to be refined, okay? We have to define what pain it solves. That's the core need pain I can solve database. That's what we've been building out. We need to define what transformation it promises, okay? That is the benefits and outcomes database. Benefits and outcomes database. That's what this is. This is what we've been building out. What is the first simple version that looks like? Okay, that's what the offer DB is for. That's the core offer. Okay, that's what we've built out. How can people raise their hand? That's the key. That's the call to action database. Okay, call to action. That's the call to action database. This is what we need to fill out.
What does it mean? How can people raise their hand?
Call to action. How can people raise their hand? Call to action. Just think about that. Okay. How can people raise their hand? Then you test. Okay. So let's go.
They test. That means your instinct is directionally correct. Validate before building. Where I think you are exactly right. You are right that traffic matters. Cohort clarity matters. Language matters. Proof of interest matters. A bloated offer built too early is a time sink. The funnel upstream matters before downstream refinement. That is solid. Where I think you need to tighten your thinking, an email list alone is too weak as proof. Why? Because email opt-ins are low friction. People say yes cheaply. That does not mean they will buy. So the hierarchy is weak proof, likes, views, follows, better proof. Email sign up, strong proof. Application survey, DM reply. Stronger proof, deposit, paid beta, paid founding member spot. So yes, a waitlist is fine as a first MVP, but it is not enough to conclude the offer is validated. Best practical approach for your situation. Given your BrandOS logic, I do this. Phase 1, lock the minimum viable offer hypothesis. Do not finalize the offer. Do this instead. Answer these 5 things only. 1, who is it for? 2, what painful problem are they stuck in? 3, what outcome do they want? 4, what is the simplest container that helps them? 5, what is the call to action right now? That's it. Not 40 pages, not a giant program map, not a full backend, just enough to test. Example, life purpose circle for people who feel lost, disconnected from meaningful work, and overwhelmed by modern life. Founding members get a small group beta experience to help clarify purpose and take aligned action. Good enough. Phase 2, work upstream before going deeper downstream. Yes, this is where I side with you strongly. Next focus should be interests, keywords, cohorts, pain language, content angles, CTA path. Because if you do not know who you're speaking to, the offer conversation becomes abstract and circular. You cannot build a sharp offer for a blurry audience. Phase 3, validate with a signal ladder. Run content that speaks to specific cohorts. Then drive them to one of these: waitlist, founding member page, simple typeform application, email reply, discovery call, low ticket pilot deposit. That will tell you more than internal debating ever will. What I would do instead of waiting for 1,000 emails, I would not wait for 1,000 signups. That is too slow and arbitrary. You do not need 1,000 names to validate a beta. You need enough signal
That's just an example
to justify the next step. A better sequence: 25 to 50 targeted opt-ins, 10 to 20 meaningful replies applications, 5-10 calls or strong conversations, 3-10 paid beta members. That is already real proof. A small paid beta beats a giant passive waitlist. The cleanest decision rule: use this. Do not fully build the offer until strangers show behavior that costs them something. That cost can be time, attention, vulnerability, application effort, money. Money is strongest, but even a thoughtful application is more useful than a lazy email opt-in. My audit of your message. Your message is about 85% right. What's strong? You understand the danger of premature build-out. You understand traffic precedes scale. You understand MVP logic. You understand cohort-first thinking. You understand that upstream clarity matters. What needs correction? Offer is already done. Maybe too rigid. An email list alone is not enough proof. Waiting for 1,000 signups is probably unnecessary. You still need a concise offer hypothesis before traffic work. Best resolution between you and HEMA. The answer is not offer or BrandOS. The answer is freeze the offer at hypothesis level, then move upstream into BrandOS validation. That means this week, define the offer in one-page max, define 3 to 5 cohorts, define their pains, desires, and language, create content for those cohorts, create one CTA, waitlist, founding member form, or beta interest form. Then test. What I would recommend you do immediately: decision. Do not spend another live stream building the offer. Spend one short block tightening the offer hypothesis, then move on. Use this structure: offer hypothesis, audience, problem, promise, format, CTA. Cohorts, 3 to 5 likely audience segments. Validation asset, 1 landing page, 1 form, 1 CTA. Content test, make content for each cohort, track which cohort responds. Validation threshold, X opt-ins, Y applications replies, Z paid beta members. That is the smartest long-term move. My blunt judgment: you are correct on the principle. You just need to avoid turning don't.
Oh my god, it would not stop. Finish this. So again, a thousand email signups again is just an example.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just an example. So let me see: email, newsletter, to application for beta program, to Discord group.
Don't overbuild into don't define. Define lightly, validate fast, build only after signal. If you want, I'll turn this into a clean one-page decision framework you can use with HEMA, so this stops becoming a recurring debate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a second message now. Let's listen to that second message.
you're both seeing a real piece of the truth. Gabriel is right about not overbuilding too early, not hiding behind endless offer design. Content and distribution matter a lot. Community is harder to replace than information. Low ticket stuff can become a distraction. Hema is right about people often enter through a free experience first. Trust usually comes before purchase. Her energy, presence, blessing, and live transmission are part of the real value. Serving people who cannot pay can still be aligned. A live experience can validate demand faster than theory. The winning move is not Gabriel wins or Hema wins. The winning move is use Hema's free live blessing as a validation mechanism, not as a fully separate business model. That is the clean answer. The best direction.
Okay, so you understand that.
I don't understand exactly what that means in practical terms. The winning move is...
Okay, so the winning move is... Here, let's put on the headphones. Because again, we want to record this information so that when it comes to the transcript, we can pull this information from the transcript. So the winning move is use Hema's free live blessing as a validation mechanism, which means it's an MVP, not as a fully separate business model. Okay? That is a clean answer.
Mm-hmm.
One core paid future offer, a paid community, circle, membership with live human connection and eventual in-person component. 2, one simple free front end, a weekly or twice monthly free live life purpose sanctuary session positioned as trust builder, audience validator, top of funnel, content engine, source of testimonials, language, objections, cohort insight. 3, content around it, short form and long form content that drives people into that free experience or onto the email list. So Hema should not build a giant free program, but Gabriel should not dismiss the free live blessing entirely. Used correctly, it is not wasted energy. It is market research, audience building, trust building, and proof of concept in one. What not to do? Do not spend Sundays endlessly debating the offer. Fully build a 1-year membership right now. Build a huge course back end. Make the free live thing too complicated. Create 5 different offers. Assume content alone is enough. Assume a waitlist alone is enough. Content by itself is weak unless it moves people into a next step.
Mm.
And that's again, you're only showing up on Sundays, but you're not even watching the live streams when I do my deep work stuff and what I'm working on with ChatGPT and with Notion AI. So what I'm working on is that brand operating system, which is supposed to basically not do any of these things and get people to an offer.
I really like this sentence.
Exactly. Yes. Content by itself is weak unless it moves people into a next step. That's a call to action. There should always be a call to action of some sort, right? So what do you do for that call to action?
Well, I can continue with the content, the shorts that I post on TikTok mainly. And at the end, I can just say, if you want to receive further in-depth wisdom updates on purpose, you can sign up on the newsletter.
Again, if you're not going to apply the stuff that you read and learn from the Gary Vaynerchuk book, it was pointless. That's not how we're going to do this in every single video.
Yeah, in every jab hook thing. So not every post, but every 3rd or 4th.
And even then, what you're going to do is the following. Not do that. You're going to find the over-indexing piece of content. You're going to drive ads to that over-indexing piece of content. That's amplification. You're going to amplify that piece of content so that it gets more reach. You're going to add a call to action on that piece of content. You're going to convert that into a modern commercial that people want to watch. That's what you would do. That's the whole framework. We have to understand our cohorts, who it is that we're speaking to. We have to understand what platform they're on and the culture of that platform. That's PAC. We have to then understand the SOC.
I'm so grateful for your masculine mind and how it works.
I don't know that. Well, I thank you. I received that. We have to understand the content, the strategic organic content that we need to put out at scale. That's why Gary Vaynerchuk, he said, I'm going to produce 400 pieces of content a day across multiple accounts. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
Okay? 400 a day.
I thought it was 100.
Before he was saying 100 pieces of content a day. Now he's saying in the AI era, 400 pieces of content a day. 400. So we got to really get up on that, you know? You understand? And we can do that with AI. But we have to really be able to produce as much content as possible at scale. That's the idea here. Okay?
Yeah.
A live free session by itself is weak.
And even still, again, I think this is the big mistake. People are having 5 different offers. No, one offer, just one fucking offer. That's it. Don't try to be like, oh, let me get them into the cheap tier. Let me get them into the, no. One fucking offer, just one offer. Make your life easy, because then you're going to have to fulfill every single offer. And in this era that we're in, knowledge and information is now, it's important, but it's not anywhere near as important as it was 10 years ago.
I think what matters nowadays is true transformation and wisdom.
Exactly. And being able to filter out all the nonsense, all the noise into something that's very pure and intentional for that person. There's so many people that are posting just a whole bunch of stuff. That's not what we're saying. We're saying, hey, let's post up something that is of value, and let's do that repeatedly at scale. Okay? We don't want to do these things, right? Because I did this before. Build out huge courses, build out a field. No. We understand what we want to do. We just have to just not do it. And even still, that was the mistake that we made with that webinar stuff. Spending way too much time on that fucking webinar.
It's a real funnel.
With the lifepurpose.com. Remember?
The strategic truth. Content is scalable trust at a distance. Live free sessions are trust at close range. Paid community is monetized transformation. That is the latter. The actual business model I'd recommend, core model. Free content, free live sanctuary session, email list application, founding member interest, small paid beta community, refined annual membership, eventually in-person retreats, gatherings. That is the cleanest path. Why this is better than content only. Gabriel's content is the free offer idea is partly true, but incomplete. Why? Because for Hema's kind of work, the product is not just information. It is presence, energy, feeling, being seen, live transmission, group experience. That does not fully translate through clips alone. A live free session lets people feel the thing. That matters. Why this is better than building the whole offer now? Because you do not need to fully build the annual program to test demand. You only need to test. Will people come? Will they return? Will they join the list? Will they apply? Will they pay for a next step? That is enough. Important correction for both of you. Hema's free session should not be framed as a giant charitable branch or a whole separate free ministry right now. That creates blur. Instead, frame it like this. This is our open sanctuary space, a free live weekly blessing and alignment session to experience the energy of lifepurpose.com. Simple. And Gabriel's side needs one correction too. Not everything free is wasted energy. Free is wasted energy only when it is disconnected from the funnel. If the
You hear that?
Yeah.
Free is only wasted energy when it's disconnected from the funnel.
Yeah.
So
we want to, if we do the sanctuary space, we want to connect it into the funnel. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's why I said, if that's the case, do your live stream for the Diksha Blessing. You don't need to get people into a thing for that. Instead, create that for free. You're probably going to get more traction and more traffic that way. You drive people to the email list, which then you drive people into that application or something like this for the free beta program for Discord. And then from there, you drive people to that next thing. You know, we're gonna refine this, because if this is really the issue here, we're gonna refine this right now. We're gonna make sure this is the last session that we do this, because I'm telling you, this is not the thing.
Builds email list, gives content clips, reveals real cohort language, creates trust, leads to beta interest, surfaces testimonials. Then it is not wasted. It is leverage. What the funnel should be. Here is the funnel I'd run. Funnel map. Step 1, lock the core promise. Define in one sentence. What transformation is Hema helping people move? Example, from confusion, disconnection, and inner noise toward clarity, alignment, and felt connection to purpose. Do not.
And this is that little page that we wrote out. We help influencers and light workers achieve absolute clarity on their life purpose so that Find that. Make a note of that for yourself. And do that.
I have no idea where that is.
Exactly.
It's not applicable anymore now, 5-6 years later.
Maybe it is.
Never complicated. Step 2, define the core paid offer hypothesis. Not the full build, just the hypothesis. You need who it is for, what problem it solves, what outcome it promises, format, price hypothesis, what makes it non-commodity. Example, a community-based purpose membership with live calls, reflection, accountability, blessing transmission, and eventual real-life gatherings.
That's it. Right
I
there.
like that.
So let's put that into Notion for the offer.
Step 3, define the free front end. Make the free front end very simple. Best option, life purpose sanctuary, 30 to 40 minutes, once a week or every 2 weeks. Short intro, blessing, diksha, light language. Optional sharing, close with CTA to email list, beta interest. That's it. No giant prep, no over design. Step 4, connect it to an email capture system. Every piece of content in every sanctuary session should point people to one place. Email sign up, beta interest form.
Do you hear that? One
Yeah,
place.
and that's exactly what I was thinking about, to have it as an offering, which then can lead people to the email sign up, to the beta form, or to the other offer.
And my thing is, don't do that, because what that could be instead of being something behind the scenes off of social media, you make it on social media, live stream, record it, and then again, you're going to have to give it time. Maybe it takes a couple of months before people start to really pick up on it. But by that time, people can see your entire library of you doing this once a month or something like this. And then from there, people see, oh, they click the link in the bio, and then they see the lifepurpose.com, and then they see the email list to the free whatever group. And even still, look, if we go here to Ghost, if we go here to lifepurpose.com, and we go to join, become a member. Okay, the free membership. Remember, this was it. This is the free membership. Accessible comment, blah, blah, blah. We have here, join our free community or whatever. Okay, join our free community. And we can have something here too, where we have not just the subscribe thing, but we can have the offer right over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But this is why we have 1, 2, 3 hotspots.
Mm-hmm.
We could even have another one right here that just says, hey, become a member. And then we have a free community to figure out your purpose, lifepurpose.com hot seat or something like this.
Is the become the member and subscribe the same?
Same thing. Same. It all leads to the same thing, which is that email newsletter. Okay. And again, this is why we want to make sure that we have the offer very clear in this regard.
Or founding member application. This is critical. Do not just go live without capture. Step 5, create content around 3-5 cohorts. This is where Gabriel is very right. You need cohort-specific content. For each cohort, define their pain, their desire, their language, what content angle hooks them, why Hema's approach matters to them. Then publish content that leads to the sanctuary or the email list. Step 6, gather signal, not opinions. Track, views, signups, live attendance, repeat attendance, replies, applications, DMs, donations, beta conversion. Do not keep arguing in theory. Measure behavior. Step 7, launch a small paid beta. Once you have enough signal, do a small beta, not a 1-year fully built masterpiece. Start with 6 to 8 weeks, small group, live calls, direct support, blessing transmission included, maybe founding member pricing. This gives you real proof. Step 8, refine into the long-term annual offer. Only after beta do you solidify. Full structure, retention mechanisms, onboarding, pricing, curriculum rhythm, community experience, in-person extension. That is when you build the more complete offer. Write an recommended operating sequence for you too. Here is the clean process map. Phase 1, this week. Step 1, lock the core paid offer hypothesis in 1 page max. Step 2, lock the free front end in 1 page max. Step 3, choose 1 CTA, join the email list, apply for founding member beta, join the next free sanctuary session. Do not choose 5 CTAs. Phase 2, next 2 to 4 weeks. Step 4, build the simplest landing page possible. What lifepurpose.com is, what the sanctuary is, what the future beta is, email capture. Step 5, define 3 to 5 top cohorts. Step 6, create content for those cohorts and point it to the free sanctuary/list. Step 7, run the sanctuary live consistently. Consistency matters more than polish. Phase 3, validation. Step 8, after several sessions, review who came back, what they said, what language they used, what pains repeated, who asked for more, who would pay. Step 9,
That's basically like testimonials.
invite warm people into a paid beta one, the most engaged people. Phase 4, build the real engine. Step 10, use beta results to finalize the paid community structure, pricing, onboarding, weekly cadence, role of blessing light language inside the community, future in-person offer. My blunt recommendation, do this. Keep the free live blessing, but make it small, simple, recurring, and clearly attached to the funnel. Do not spend more time working on the offer in abstraction. From here on, offer work should happen through live testing, audience response, beta conversion. Make the core future business the paid community. That is likely the right long-term direction. Use
Can you
content
pause
to drive
for a
discovery.
second?
Use the free sanctuary.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Continue, yeah.
To deepen trust. Use a beta to validate payment. Use the annual membership only after proof. Final verdict on who is closer. On structure and long-term business logic, Gabriel is closer. On human conversion psychology and trust building, Hema is closer. Best move, Gabriel's business structure, Hema's free live front end. That is the synthesis. Simple final funnel, content, free sanctuary, email list, beta interest, paid beta circle, annual community, in-person retreats, gatherings. That is the path I would run. I can turn this into a strict Notion style SOP next.
Okay. Now, this is where I said the thing about the funnel as the MVP path, okay? So the MVP path would be email, newsletter, application for beta program, free Discord group. That would basically be it. Okay, and this is the ChatGPT message.
I'd grade this 88-100 as an MVP path. It is strong, it is lean, it respects reality, it avoids overbuilding, and it points toward the right long-term model. But it needs a few corrections so you do not accidentally add friction too early. What's strong? Your logic is good on these points. You are thinking in MVP terms. You are protecting time and money. You are using owned audience, not rented audience. You are treating the email list as the real asset. You are not assuming demand. You are willing to test and accept low conversion. You are aiming toward recurring community revenue instead of information products. You understand that free content is the top of funnel driver. That part is solid. The biggest issue, this is the part I would challenge. Email newsletter, application for beta program, Discord group. That order is probably too much friction too early. Why? Because an application before they even enter the beta space may choke conversion. For an MVP, you usually want to reduce friction until the person has shown enough intent to justify the next gate. Better version, I would restructure it like this. Content, email list, invite to free beta container, application only if needed, paid offer. Or even more simply, content, email list, Discord/free community, application for serious beta, paid circle. That is cleaner. Why this is better? Because each step should match the level of commitment. Low commitment, watch content, join email list. Medium commitment, join free Discord beta space, attend free live session, engage in chat. Higher commitment, fill application, book call, join paid beta, join yearly container. If you require an application too early, you may filter out people who are interested, but not yet warm enough. My recommended grade breakdown. Lean execution, 24-25, very good. Minimal cost, minimal complexity. Strategic direction, 23-25, very good. Community plus recurring's IRL extension is likely the right path. Funnel logic, 18-25, good, but the application step is placed too early. Validation strength, 23-25, strong. You are trying to validate behavior instead of fantasizing. Total, 88-100. What would make it 95 plus 100? Do these 5 changes. 1. Make the funnel simpler. Best version. Content, email list, free beta community Discord, weekly live experience, paid circle. 2. Use the application selectively. Only add an application if you want better fit members. You start getting enough interest. You need to filter for quality. At the beginning, the application may be unnecessary friction. 3. Define what proof actually means. Do not just say 100 people in Discord. That is weak proof by itself. Better proof stack. Email signups, Discord joins, live attendance, repeat attendance, engagement inside Discord, replies to emails, people asking for more, people willing to pay. The strongest proof is not joining. The strongest proof is showing up repeatedly and then paying. Part 4. Do not rely on Discord alone. Discord is fine, but it is not the asset. Email is the asset. Discord is just the container. So the real funnel logic is content, email, Discord/live experience, paid conversion. Email stays central. 5. Decide the actual MVP outcome. Your MVP is not build the whole circle. Your MVP is, can we get a small number of real humans into a free beta environment, get them to show up consistently, and convert some of them into a paid recurring community? That is the real test. Best version of your MVP. Here is the version I would recommend. MVP funnel. Create content at scale. 2. Drive content to email signup. 3. Email invites people into free Discord beta group. 4. Host weekly free live session inside or alongside that group. 5. Track who joins, who attends, who returns, who engages. 6. After 30 days, invite the most engaged people into the paid circle. 7. Use results to refine pricing, messaging, and community structure. That is clean. Important reality check. You said if we have 100 people in the group, maybe 1 to 10 people sign up at most, maybe none. That is honest, and that honesty is good. But remember, 100 people in Discord is not enough by itself. 10 engaged people can be more valuable than 100 passive people. 3 paying founding members can be enough to validate a beta. Behavior matters more than vanity numbers. So don't over-focus on list size. Focus on engagement, attendance, retention, conversion. My blunt judgment, your thinking is good. The main flaw is overgating too early with the application. So my corrected verdict is, current version 88.100, improved version 95.100 if changed to content, email newsletter, free Discord beta group, weekly free live session, paid circle offer, and then only add the application once there is enough interest to justify filtering. Final recommendation, use this as the MVP. Content, email, free Discord beta space, weekly live value, paid annual circle. Keep it that simple. The application is optional at first, not mandatory. That's the cleanest move.
Okay, so now here's my response to that. Okay, here's my response to that. Okay, thank you for these suggestions. And now here's my response to all of this. : new line. My ideal would be content to email, newsletter, to the 30-day trial of Circle, of the community. To a 30-day trial, we meet up once a week. And then now people have to decide, do I want to pay for the thing or not? That would be my ultimate funnel. That would be the cleanest funnel for me personally. If we are willing to pay $89 per month, period, for the Circle, because Circle currently is, that's it. It's a 2-week free trial, and then you got to pay per month, period. Otherwise, what you said as the MVP before, : new line, would be the other option, period. I need you to audit and evaluate both of these paths and then define what is the ultimate solution here long term, period. So essentially, basically, what we do is we're basically trying to imitate how we create and fulfill the offer now, and we pivot as we go along, but we still show up and we do the free DEEKSHA /light language blessings that Hema wants, probably at the end of each weekly call. And then we also incorporate that lifepurpose.com hot seat, and we get audience feedback as we go along on like, what do we need to improve, or what would you like to see differently, or what was helpful for you, what didn't you like, etc. And we can do that right now with our email list. We get the email list and we say, hey, if you're interested in, figuring out your life purpose, we are doing this beta program right now. First 30 days are free. And we just drive them directly into either the Discord group or we drive them into the paid circle, period. But the only reason why I'm saying this is because you were saying that, email sign up is too weak in terms of commitment. And we need to gauge who is willing to actually continue to show up, or who is willing to pay for the offer to understand, okay, yes, this is a solid offer, basically, period. So how do we navigate this between these options? Question mark. Okay. All right. That makes sense. That I'm okay with. Because in that way, we don't have to pay anything.
The better long-term path is content, email, free 30-day beta community experience, paid circle community, not content, email, paid circle trial first. So between your two options, I would choose the free beta container first, then paid conversion. Hash my grades. Option A, content, email, 30-day circle trial, pay or leave. Grade 78-100. Why it works. Cleaner tech stack. Closer to the real final product. Stronger buying signal than Discord. Less fake beta energy. Why it loses points. You pay before proof. Higher operational pressure too early. If the offer messaging is not dialed in yet, you are testing inside a paid tool with real cost. Circle trial still introduces psychological friction because it feels closer to a paid commitment. You may mistake tool setup for offer validation. Hash option B, content, email, free Discord beta space, weekly live value, paid annual circle, grade 91-100. Why it works. Cheapest path, lowest risk, fastest validation. Lets you test messaging, cadence, call structure, blessings, hot seats, and cohort response. Gives you proof of attendance, engagement, repeat behavior, and qualitative feedback. Protects cash while you learn. Why it loses points. Discord is usually a weaker long-term home than Circle. Free groups can attract lower commitment. Migration later from Discord to Circle adds friction. Discord can feel less premium, less sacred, less intentional depending on brand. The actual best solution. The real best answer is a hybrid path. Phase 1, MVP validation. Content, email, apply, or click to join free 30-day beta. Lightweight group container, weekly live call, feedback, paid conversion offer. Phase 2, once signal is real, move the validated experience into Circle as the permanent paid home. So the long-term solution is not really Discord forever and not Circle immediately. It is use the cheapest adequate container to validate, then move into the premium container once the offer is proven. That is the smartest path. What I would do in your exact situation, because you already have email and want to stay lean, I would do this. MVP funnel. Now content, email, beta invite page, free 30-day beta group, 1 weekly call, end of conversion to paid community. The only open question is, what is the beta group container? You have 3 realistic choices. Choice 1, Discord. Best for, 0 low cost, fast setup, casual testing. Bad for, premium feeling, sacred spacious vibe, long-term brand perception. Choice 2, Circle from the beginning. Best for, premium feel, easier future continuity, no migration later. Bad for, costs money before validation, can tempt you to overbuild, more pressure to make it finished. Choice 3, simplest possible live beta without a real community platform. Example, email list, Zoom link, maybe 1 basic chat thread or email replies. Run 4 weekly sessions, then invite to paid Circle later. Best for, absolute simplicity, fastest validation of the core thing. Do people show up and want more? Bad for, weak community glue, less ongoing interaction between calls. Honestly, for you two, choice 3 or choice 1 is best first. My recommendation, best near-term move. Run a 30-day free beta first in the lightest weight environment possible. That means content, email, invite to 30-day beta, weekly live calls, feedback plus attendance tracking, paid offer. Then if you get signal, move into Circle for the paid version. Why this beats jumping straight into Circle? Because right now, the thing you are validating is not software. You are validating, do the right people care? Do they resonate with the promise? Do they show up weekly? Do they come back? Do they want hot seats? Do they value the blessings, light language? What part actually creates perceived value? Will they pay for continuation? Circle does not answer those questions. Behavior does. What counts as real proof? You are right that email sign up alone is too weak. So your proof ladder should be weak proof, watched content, liked post, followed page, joined email list. Medium proof, clicked beta invitation, joined free group, attended 1 live call. Strong proof, attended multiple live calls, engaged in discussion, responded to feedback prompts, asked for more support, said they want continuation. Strongest proof, paid to continue. That is the logic. So how do you navigate the options? Use this decision rule. If your goal is to validate with minimum cost and minimum risk, choose free beta first, not Circle first. If your goal is to create the cleanest premium container after proof, use Circle second, after the beta proves demand. That is the best of both worlds. The clean funnel I would recommend. Stage 1, traffic. Create content that speaks to specific cohorts and drives to the email list. Stage 2, beta invitation. From the email list, invite people into a free 30-day beta experience. 1 call per week. Hot seat plus blessing light language component. Simple expectation. Show up and participate. Stage 3, validation tracking. Track signups, attendance, repeat attendance, engagement, replies, qualitative feedback, requests for continuation. Stage 4, paid conversion. At end of 30 days, invite the engaged people into the paid annual or monthly community. Stage 5, premium home. Once validated, host the paid version in Circle. Final grading of the ultimate path. Best long-term architecture content. Email free 30-day beta, paid Circle community. IRL gatherings retreats, grade 96-100. That is the winner. One more important point. Do not get stuck debating Discord versus Circle like it is the core decision. It is not. The core decision is, are we validating behavior fast, cheaply, and clearly? That matters more than platform. My blunt final answer. The ultimate solution is, do not put strangers directly into a paid Circle trial yet. Run a free 30-day beta experience first. Use it to validate attendance, resonance, and conversion. Then move the paid community into Circle once the offer proves itself. So the best sequence is content, email, free 30-day beta, weekly calls, feedback, paid Circle, IRL expansion. That's the cleanest long-term move.
Okay, easy. Does that make sense? Do you need me to explain anything?
I have an understanding overall, yeah.
Okay, tell me what you understand.
Well, I understand that AI was giving us the best options to go with.
Yes.
And I mean, we can choose from here, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So for your light language Diksha blessing, I think that's great. I think that should be content. And you have the email newsletter. You say that people are signing up to the email newsletter. Great. That is that's a real asset. That's the asset that we want to nurture, the email newsletter. Not people subscribing to YouTube or following us on TikTok or whatever. Helpful, but ultimately we want to, our asset is our brand operating system and how well we define our cohorts, which means we have to understand our interests. We have to understand what topics we want to be known for. So that's still top of funnel before we get to the top of funnel here at the content. We drive people to that email to the free 30-day beta, which could be the Discord group. So it has a community-like vibe. Again, then you would have to really figure out how you're going to maybe have OpenClaw and you have an agent interacting with the group or whatever, or you have like little check-ins or something.
I don't even think that a Discord group is necessary.
That's fine too. So what you can do is you can have an email newsletter and say, hey, we're having a live stream call and and then see how that interacts or that works.
Well, my main idea was to do the blessings as a form to get people into the newsletter.
Okay, so then that's content. That's content. That is content that is not worth having as a driving people to an email to then drive them into the light language Diksha blessing as a weekly call. That would be content. And that content, you then have them to the email newsletter, and that's like a little sampler. And then the 30-day beta program, whether it's a Discord group or whatever, you have a weekly call, you give them a model. So we walked them through like how it would actually work. So we give them a teaser, right? Like the free ice cream sample, right? Here is how this would work. You give that to them for 30 days and then you get them, if they see, hey, this is the end of the 30 days. This is the end of this cohort group or whatever. If you want to continue on, here's an application. And depending on how many signups we get, we're going to move this into a paid thing. You can get we can do another 30 days here at this paid circle so that you really get a feel for it. But then after that, it's a 12-month container or something, or even still like however you did it with the Holy Fire group. Did she need to do all this? for you? Or did you just look at the landing page, you say, yep, and that's it?
I didn't even look at the landing page. She offered a 10-day free event, which I attended. And then she promoted her paid offering in the last 5 days of the free event. She said, hey, if you like what I do, if you want to go deeper with me, this is the Holy Fire container that I have. You can sign up here.
There you go.
Very simple. But there was intentionally no WhatsApp group, no Discord group, and I actually preferred it that way.
There you go.
Because it would have dispersed the energy.
There you go. So let me use the toilet and let's finalize that. Because that if that's what you want to really talk about for the offer, finalizing the offer, that's pretty much what it is. Because at each stage, what you deliver can change up in there, but we just want to have an outline of like how we're going to move everything down. All right, I'm a bear. So since I know you, and I know you're going to likely say, I need time to think about it, this is what you got to think about, okay? Since I know that you're going to say, I need to think about certain things, I need time to think about it or whatever, you're going to have to think about that funnel, okay? Because if this is what you're talking about with the offer or whatever, this is pretty much what you're trying to say here. It's not what you actually deliver, because you have to understand that what you want to deliver is not necessarily what people need, okay? That may be what you want. Tony Robbins said this in an interview with the School of Hard Knocks. He said, what led to my success was I figured out what people needed. Figure out what people need that you can give. Don't give what you want to give what people need. So what we're thinking people would want is completely different than what people would actually want. So we have to be willing to understand that and adapt to that. Therefore, when it comes to this funnel right here, okay, this part right here, content, email, free 30-day beta, weekly calls, feedback, paid circle, IRL, okay? So we have here content, email, Now, the question is, that you have to ask yourself is, how do I want to drive them downstream? What's the next step here? Do I want to drive them into a Discord? You said no. Or do I want to drive them into just the weekly calls? Do I want to do that? I also remember too, a couple of years ago, we were doing this. We were doing something very similar to this. But again, remember the limiting factor is the content. How well are we putting out the content? So remember that this is important, but not as important, because now we already know that even from here, we want to drive them here. And that should be basically the only thing that we have to focus on after that. But if you want to really focus on the offer, which is what you said, for today's focus on the call, which I don't think that should be the focus anymore, is do you get them into the free 30-day beta, or you get them into the weekly call? You X this out, right? We cross this out and we just get them into the weekly call. And then we say, hey, we have a paid community. Do you want to do this thing or whatever?
So what are the weekly calls going to be about? The sanctuary.
The offer. What did we just talk about? This. Do you remember?
Okay, can you go back to the previous one that you just...
What do you mean?
Okay, stay there for a moment.
Yeah.
No, where you were before. There. So content email, 30-day beta, and that's going to lead to 4 calls, 1 call a week. And I'm just going to wing that or what?
No, you already have your outline. Where are you? We already talked about this.
Yeah, I know this.
Look. Pick a day, Saturday or Sunday.
Saturday.
Every Saturday, okay, from 2 to 5 p.m.
Two to 4.
2 to 5 p.m. Okay, 2 to 4 p.m. Then you're not going to have time to do your Diksha thing, because remember, we said you want to do a couple of hot seats. So just keep that in mind. We do hot seat every 30 minutes. Wrap up with that's it. That's the entire offer.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the hot seat will have requirements. Okay. XYZ. We don't need to think about that right now. That's wasted time, wasted energy. You worry about that when you actually get people in the thing. Okay. But that's what you're saying. Every Saturday, 2 to 4, hot seat, light language, Diksha blessing. Okay. What's the outcome? The outcome is they have a content engine. and a funnel to, get paid to exist, or whatever that is. Okay. This is variable. Okay. That's fine. Everything is variable. These are all variables, which means that they can change. Whatever is fill in the blank here can change at any moment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But that's pretty much the idea. Actually, you know what? Let me, how would I express that? Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me actually do that here. Let's put that in Notion AI. I need you to audit the screenshot, and I need you to put in all the text on the left as properties, and I need you to fill in that information for the life purpose inner circle plus hot seat calls, period. So look at the screenshot. For every text that's on the left, you're going to create a property for it, and then you're going to fill in what's on the right for the life purpose inner circle, period. Repeat back to me what you're going to do so that I can improve it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay. Okay, that's not what I need you to do. Oh boy. All right. All right. So this is what I'm saying. Okay, one second. Sorry. Okay, this is where I'm going to step back and I'm going to let you read this so that you can understand. Okay. So if this is the name of the offer, you can tilt the screen if you have to so it's closer to you. Okay. This is the Life Purpose Inner Circle hot seat. Okay. This is the price that you're saying at annual.
Tofu.
I have no idea what that means. I don't know why I did that. The cohorts, these are the potential cohorts, and we can, again, this is the real work. This is the stuff that we have to focus on. And
Okay.
again, we're wasting time by doing this because this is not even relevant right now. These are just hypotheses. We're not going to know what's actually going to work until we actually do it. So that means we have to get to creating content as quickly as possible at scale so that we can test. And we can't do that if we're going to be, going back and forth on this.
Then let's go to that then.
Mm-hmm. So okay. So this is it here basically. We're going to have to also refine this as well, but this is pretty much it. We have a membership. It's costing $4,444, hypothetically, right? We're going to join the community. The cohorts are going to be this. The delivery type is going to be online. When? It's going to be for Saturday or it can be Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, from the hours of 2 to 4 p.m.
Is that time set?
No, these are just hypotheses. We're just throwing it out there, okay? But remember, we just got just minimum commitment, minimum viable product right now, okay? This is just us throwing this out there. Linked benefits, we can have, again, core benefit and outcome, reduce anxiety, clarity, and commitment, These are all the potential outcomes of having this offer, okay? We're not going to worry about that right now. This is the linked pain need. I'm showing you this because we have databases, okay? We've created databases where we can say, okay, this is how we're going to help people with whatever, okay? Okay, this is their linked pain need. This is the outcome. This is the description, a community-based, et cetera, fill in the blank. Primary CTA is going to be towards lifepurpose.com, promise, no promises, version, maybe we delete that. We do what? Okay, this is what we're doing. We're doing a hot seat, okay? We're doing a Diksha blessing. We're doing light language, okay? Now, if we break this down a little bit further, the hot seat is 30 minutes. 30 minutes where someone presents their purpose plan and they have 12 minutes to present. Then we do a poll. And we do feedback, etc. within 30 minutes, etc. Okay? Mm-hmm. Something like that. The Diksha blessing, you know what that is. The light language blessing, you know what that is. Okay? For you. Okay? So we can start off. And again, this is where you have to be realistic. 2 hours goes by very fast. So that means that if we do 30 minutes per thing, which people are going to need that time to speak about their offer, to speak about what they're doing, we need that time for them to speak.
Yeah, and that's why originally I said the Diksha and the light language should be something separate.
It should not. You're distracting. It's again. You're gonna take more. It's gonna take you more effort to do that long term. Like if you really like, close your eyes for a second, please. Now, just imagine we have 24 hours in a day. Every Sunday, we meet up. We only have 4 hours. We only have 4 hours. In that 4 hours, we need to create content that is going to go out for the entire week. that speaks our audience's language to get people into that funnel, to get people to the community so we can help them. Now, think about this. That's 4 hours. You and I, we're going to be full-time parents, and I'm also going to be having to do other things too. Working on what I have to work on full-time. You're going to have, for at least 6 months, nights where you're not going to be sleeping throughout the whole night successfully. And then you're going to show up to do these things. Every Saturday from 2 to ideally 5 p.m., 3 hours should be long enough. You do all the stuff for the lifepurpose.com hot seat. And you do the Diksha blessing afterwards. Now imagine if every Sunday you're creating content, writing email newsletters, and driving people, spending all that time and energy to drive people to the Diksha light language blessing offer, a separate offer. You get people in there. People show up and then they leave. You don't get paid a lot. Maybe you do this a half an hour, but you do this every week. And then you get some people coming into the thing, into the lifepurpose.com hot seat. And you're doing this repeatedly. Are you going to do this for the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 plus months or years of your life? Or is it going to be easier for you to package this all together into one thing where you have your lifepurpose.com hot seat, and then you have the Diksha blessings and the light language thing at the end or at the very beginning, and then you get people to present their stuff? What is going to make the most sense? Because once again, remember, when you create the content you're creating is specifically designed to drive people to your offer. If you have just one offer for the light language Diksha blessing, and then you say a lifepurpose.com thing with the hot seat, and then you have us talking about business and AI, you're going to attract a completely different audience. What would make the most sense long-term right now? And even still, what would make the most sense for you, Hema, long-term? Because you're going to have to fulfill 2 things, not one. It's going to be 2 things.
Yeah, an all-in-one. I just don't know if the vibe is gonna be right. In terms of, I don't know if the vibe is gonna be right to have a spiritual practice and then we go all into the technical AI stuff. I don't know.
And you're never going to know unless you actually test it.
Yeah.
But again, why did we read the Gary Vee book? What is he saying? We're in the era of the interest media, not social media, interest media, which means that if you're going to hide that part of yourself, maybe that part of you're going to be you might as well just then have two different businesses, two different brands, two different products, to whatever. What Gary Vee is saying is merge everything together. That's why he said he can talk about the New York Jets. He can talk about garage selling. He can talk about business and social media. And it all works because it's part of him and who he is. When you create an offer, you're creating it as an extension of yourself. Okay? It's an extension of you. So there is a spiritual component to it. And there is also a business component into it. Tony Robbins, what did he say in Tony Robbins' Business Mastery that we went to in 2019? What did he say? Business is the ultimate spiritual game. Why do you think that is? It's because you're infusing that element of giving and providing value to benefit and support others. So I don't know if there's a part of you, an IFS part of you, or if there's a perfectionist thing or whatever that is maybe hesitating on this.
No, I mean, we got to try it out.
Okay. I would say, again, you have the email. So we already have all these separate pieces together. Okay. The main thing that you have to ask yourself is, how do you want to distribute the funnel? Okay. The funnel thing. Okay. And please, for the love of God, like, we cannot spend another session talking about this stuff, because this is not the thing. I'm telling you, this is not the thing. This is where we were before. We were here before.
No, not to this extent.
I'm telling you, we were here before. We were here before a couple of years ago. We started the circle community, and we were building out certain things, and it was taking for fucking ever. It was taking forever. We were doing this. I'm telling you, we were doing this before. We cannot do this again like this. This is another loop. So this has to be the absolute last time that we do talk about this. After this is just MVP. It's just putting it out there, creating the content, driving traffic to the email newsletter, and then go from there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Again,
but then don't expect me to come up with a leadership plan for the Sunday live calls.
I want you to come up with a leadership plan for the Sunday live calls. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm doing here, if you understand what I'm doing, if you can see, is I'm trying to groom you to avoid the mistakes that I made so that you shortcut. That's what I'm trying to do for you. And I think that's the best thing that I could do for you, is I'm trying to get you to not be me. That's why I say for Soraya and Regis, I don't want them to be like me, because I don't want them to make the mistakes that I made. I want to tell them, hey, don't do what I did, so you can shortcut your life and make your life as easy as possible. And that's what I'm telling you here. Okay? I've already gone through these painful lessons, wasted a whole bunch of money that I never had got back. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for us. I want you to win. Okay? And what I can tell you is that success, this is not going to equal success if we don't execute this. Okay? It's perfect enough. Now execute. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Okay?
Okay.
So the mistake that I made was trying to make all this fancy and then not have enough audience. You need just to get the minimum viable product out there, which is free content at this stage. That's all that is. Okay? This, I'm sure someone's going to want this. This is already valuable enough. Now, the thing is that you have to figure out here is continue the leadership plan. Yes, I'm here to be a sounding board. Ultimately, if you say, hey, I don't want this, then fine. Okay, no problem. But I'm telling you, like, you're just making it harder on yourself than it has to be. Okay?
So you're saying that the Sunday live streams focus should be to get content out there as much as possible.
Yes.
And okay.
Yes, because remember, where are we? Where are we? We have to understand where we are right now. We're here. Okay? Content. Yeah. That's where we are right now. We're at the content. Content to the email. Okay? Email to, whether it's a paid offer, whether it's a trial offer, it doesn't matter. This is where you can think about, the Holy Fire Group. How did they do it? How did they do their thing? Okay? But the main thing is content to email. Those are the main things that we have to focus on. At the same time, at the very minimum, the third step is this. Okay. This will be the last thing that we have to figure out. So if, let's say, the first 3 steps, free 30-day beta, weekly calls, feedback, paid circle, IRL expansion.
What is IRL expansion?
In real life offer. Okay. And again, that's not important right now. This will get there when we get there. But we need this part right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So these are your next 3 moves. And this is why you have to think about it like chess. Okay. We already have content. Okay. We understand content. That's where the brand operating system comes in. We already have the email newsletter. Okay, fine. Now we need this. All right. So now this is where I want you to answer that question. How do you see it going from the email stage? If you need to close your eyes and get clarity on that, do that. But this is the time to do that.
So when people are introduced to the content on the social platforms, from there, in every 3rd post, we are going to invite them to the newsletter, correct? To join the newsletter. So then, let's say people watch a video on TikTok and in the description it says, join the newsletter for more wisdom and like if you want to dive deeper.
You want to join the newsletter. You don't even want to say join the newsletter. If we have a group, we have a community group, and we're going to help people with their life purpose. If you want to be a part of that.
Oh, so then in the content, I am already introducing the beta program.
You're introducing the program because remember, the beta program is only going to be the beta program for a very short period of time.
Okay.
Okay. So you're saying basically, hey, this is how it would work. 3 free pieces of content. The 4th piece of content, you're going to say, hey, you're going to make a piece of content on like the importance of fulfilling your purpose in the new earth, whatever. You're talking, and you say, and this is why I found it to be so important to have a community. And on that note, we have a community. It's, thelifepurpose.com. It's a hot seat. You come in and you basically present your offer, whatever. And if you're interested in joining this community, you can leave your details in the email. There's an application, whatever, however you see that part going. And again, remember, we'll have that written out. So all you have to do is just read it off the prompter so that way you don't get sidetracked from that. But on that 4th piece of content, you're going to drive traffic to that offer. You're going to say, go to lifepurpose.com and sign up for our free 30-day trial, basically.
Okay, so this is about me getting clarity on how to guide and lead people from the general content to giving their email address on the website.
Sure.
But ultimately, I want to already introduce them that we have the 12-month offering.
Yeah. On the 4th piece of content. Okay. So again, this is where we're going to have that 4th piece of content be something about community. It would be something about purpose. It would be something that is very narrowed in on making it, oh yeah, that makes sense that would be the call to action. We're not going to talk about Hot Wheels or maybe we could talk about Hot Wheels and we say, hey, if your purpose is to build Hot Wheels, but you don't know how to get started, we've got a community that'll help you how to do that. All the details are here. Go to lifepurpose.com for more information. And it's that simple. It's really that simple.
Okay, so content and then people giving their email for the paid circle? Am I going to mention that this is a paid circle? Am I going to mention?
You don't need to mention any
this
of that.
is a 30-day?
You don't need to mention, because we're going to have a landing page that is going to have all that stuff written out.
Okay, so then if I forward them to the landing page.
Yeah, that's the lifepurpose.com website. But that's not the thing I'm talking about. The thing that I'm talking about is how do you want to present the container?
Oh, I don't know that yet.
That's why I'm telling you, you got to get clear on that now, okay? Because if you now, because if you have said that is the thing that you're not sure of, and we got to work on the offer.
Well, but you said no, it's not. You said no, this is not the path, and we need to focus on the content creation.
I understand that, but we've already wasted 2.5 hours on the offer stuff.
Well, I don't think it's wasted, because for me to go on with the content and not understand what we're doing, I'm not gonna do this like this.
That's not what I'm saying. Again, Hema, I already know you after all these years. I know that you're the type of person, you may not see 10 steps ahead. I do. I already see 10 steps.
Yeah, no. So you also need to meet me where I'm at.
Exactly. And that's why I am telling you, Hema, your energy is wrong in terms of where your focus is. We need to focus on this.
Yeah, so then let's do that.
No, we're not going to do that, because we just wasted this entire live stream to do this, what you wanted to do, which was the offer. And I'm trying to explain to you, that's not the thing. We just need to think content to the email. Once we capture the email, we give them what? What is the thing that we give them to get access to us? That's what I'm saying here.
Yeah, for them to have access to us, they need to leave their email address.
And again, where does that go? That's the next 3. That's the only 3 steps that you have to think about. I see 10 steps ahead. All I need you, because I know you need 3 steps. Okay.
And you want me to figure this out now?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me do that now.
So what I'm saying here is, if you listen very carefully, you join the Holy Fire group. Okay. Whether you realize it or not, it was a funnel. You were driven down a funnel. Okay. Very simple. How did they do that? Because you said that worked for me. I didn't need to, whatever. Walk me through that process.
So I was already signed up to Danny's email list. I received an email, hey, I'm going to do this.
Stop right there. Stop right there. So okay, so let's break that down. So let's actually really outline this for you. Okay. So what are you telling me?
It's pretty much always with other brands. It's the same thing.
Yes.
So I am already signed up to their newsletter.
Stop right there. I don't care about them. I care about that specific person.
Okay.
So tell me that. So you were signed up to the Holy Fire's newsletter?
No, to the specific person. I don't want to mention her name.
Okay. You just did. Danny. Okay. So you were signed up to Danny's email.
Yes.
Okay. So you were already there.
Yes.
Okay. Now question. Just copy what she did. Just literally copy what she did. You found her on what social media platform?
I found her through Nicole.
Okay. She mentioned her to you.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see her content?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Nicole introduced Danny in a live event. And from there, I followed Danny.
Okay. So regardless, that was how you found her. You found her through something. You signed up to her email.
Yes.
Okay.
And then one day...
Wait, time out. I'm sorry. Did you know she had an offer at that point when Nicole introduced her?
No.
Okay, great. That's what I'm talking about. So you had email. You had her email. Okay? Continue, please.
Well, no, the way it worked was Nicole, who I had already worked with, she sent out an email saying, hey, I'm going to host this frequency vault every week for the next couple of months with another sister called Danny. These are the details. You can sign up here, you can pay here. I did. And then I saw Danny for the first time on a live call doing what she does. And I'm like, wow, I love her medicine. And then maybe 6-7 months later, I had already signed up to Danny's email list. And I received an email from Danny in the header saying 10-day Unleash Your Voice live event. I signed up.
Stop right there. Okay, let's break that down. So we have here, you had emails from her. You opened up one of the emails, and then what happened?
And then I signed up for a 10-day realm experience. It was called Realm, like Own Your Realm. And it was about vocal transmissions, etc., etc.
Okay.
And what she specializes in.
And this was free.
Yeah, it was 10-day, great value for free. It was 2 hours every single day for 10 days. Massive value.
That's it. You can literally just do, and that's it. That would be literally it. If you literally just copied that, that would be it. And that goes to the
So are you saying that the like she had the 10-day realm experience? For us, it's the 30-day trial.
This is how I know. This is what I'm saying. We worked on this before. That's why I'm saying we worked on this before and we were stuck in this loop. We got to get out of this loop because we've already done this. Okay? So make this really easy this time. Just like how you said right there. You had the email from Danny. You were on her email list. One day you checked your phone, you checked your email, and what did you see? Sign up for my 10-day Realm experience. And we're going to live stream every single day for 2 hours. And I'm going to give you massive value. And we're going to go through this experience.
Yes.
Okay. You probably had no idea what the fuck that was. Did you? No. You had no idea like what it would be in detail. But after the 10 days, you're like, oh, that's what that meant.
Yes.
Okay. So you took them on the journey. They didn't know. You didn't know what exactly that meant at the time. But after you did it, now you had the clarity. Now you're like, okay, that makes sense. And then what happened from there?
So after probably the 6 or 7 day being into the 10-day free event, she started to already introduce a paid offering, the 9-month container, for the people in the free event who want to go deeper with her.
And riddle me this. How many people can you remember showing up to that free 10-day event?
Oh, with the replays, it could have been 100, 150, 200 people.
Live?
No, not live, with replays included.
No, I'm talking about live.
It was, I don't know, maybe 20, 30.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying here. You don't need a lot. Now think about this.
It was 20, 30 live, but also people who had signed up who couldn't make it live who received the replay.
Okay, cool. Now, answer me this. Danny Frederick is her name, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She had no WhatsApp group.
No.
No Telegram group.
No.
No Circle group.
No.
Okay. What does she have basically?
Just the email.
And that's all we need.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Everything else is a distraction.
And what we can do with Ghost is we can have multiple email groups where one is like for our paid community, and that could even literally just be the group right there.
Yeah.
And then we have like, another group for like in real life, etc. Okay, so if you think about this, top of funnel is email. The second one is the offer. The third one is the paid offer. It's that simple.
So email, free trial, paid offer.
Literally just copy what she just did. Just literally copy what she just did. That's the easiest thing ever. Okay? Do you understand what she's doing here?
Yeah, but we're not going to do a 10-day.
However you want to do it. Okay?
Okay.
I'm just consulting with you to just tell you, hey, look, did she have to do a light language blessing thing and then go into that thing? No, she did not. She literally did email, sign up for my 10-day thing. We're going to meet up. She probably had a Zoom call. Did she not?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that 10-day offer thing was a Zoom call.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all it is. You don't even need a circle. That's it. Just literally copy this.
Yeah, and Zoom is for free, isn't it?
Not if it's like a 2-hour, 3-hour thing.
Yeah.
Okay? But she literally did this. Just copy this. That's it. That's all this is. Email, offer, free thing, like a just a one-time thing, and then paid offer. That's it. Now, in order to get a whole bunch of people into that first, because remember, you have to think about like attrition and whatever. That's where the content thing comes in. Okay? Because you post that piece of TikTok content, how many more subscribers joined the lifepurpose.com newsletter as a result of that one piece of content when you had 27,000 views? Do you know?
No.
This is very important, and I'm very glad that we're live streaming this, because I think this is what trips a lot of people up, and it wastes a lot of time and energy and money. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. And all these things that Danny Frederick did, guarantee.
It should be live.
Right. It does not cost that much money to do this, you know?
Doesn't.
It does not. It does not. Okay, perfect. So this is what this is telling me. Look at the analytics. The analytics are showing you everything. Everything you need to know is right here. Look at this. The content that you have posted is what has been driving more signups. This is key. This is the key. This is why we want more organic traffic. The more emails you have, the better this is going to be. Because look, you went from 160 to 172.
Was it 160 in the beginning of March?
By March 17th, all the way to April 4th.
Oh.
Okay? What happened during that time? You posted
the TikTok. I opened TikTok.
You did the TikTok, and what did you do? You created that video that got 27,000 views within a matter of days. And look at this. Oh, look at that correlation here. There's a spike in activity.
Yeah.
How many people are signing up? This is the real asset here. This is the real asset. This is what we need to focus on. And look at what happened now. From March 15th, the week of March 15th to 5th of April, traffic went down. Why is that? Because again, with social media, there is a decay curve. That's what we're talking about here. That's why we need to be doing this. That's why we need to do this. We need the asset. We need to just build our asset.
I don't understand this. And then it's 172 newsletter subscribers, and it says total subscribers 127.
Doesn't
matter right now.
Doesn't matter right now. Okay. There's a difference between members and like newsletter subscribers or whatever.
Okay.
Okay. So this is what we need to focus on. And this is what we need to think about. This is why we want to create long form content in the form of these posts. Because what happened? You got 9 visitors, 1 new member, and you can see now what piece of content is converting into into members. Okay. That's why this is important. And then also we know here too, homepage, about, Hema Almond, sign up. We can see direct, Google, Instagram.
So direct is when they click directly the link to the website. Okay, so then a large portion is...
Exactly.
Okay.
And now this is very important. Okay, this is really important. And you're probably not going to understand this at first. But the direction that search engines are going in, it's going to be heavily AI dominant. Okay, Google is already transitioning from search engine, how it used to do it, to Gemini. Why does that matter? It matters because eventually what's going to happen is people are going to already stop using search engines as how we know it today. That will die. What will come out of that is the evolution of AI. And what's going to happen is someone is going to type in, I want to figure out my life purpose. It's going to recommend courses. It's going to recommend websites, businesses, or whatever that have the highest trust, that have the highest rankings for that specific keyword or topic. Okay. We're already seeing Perplexity showing up now in terms of search and how people are finding us. These are how people are finding this website. Some people are going direct, Google, Facebook, Instagram, lifepurpose.com, etc. Very few people are going lifepurpose.com. A lot of people are going direct. We have to pay attention to that. So if we're creating content and we're saying, hey, go to lifepurpose.com, whatever, that's how people are going to find us. That's why we need to create content. Lots of content at scale. That is the key word, at scale. Okay. Because what's going to happen is it's going to be a numbers game. It's going to be a numbers game after that. The more content we create that is of value, not shit. The more content we create that is of value, the more we get something like this. Okay. Where especially in the last 30 days, we get a spike like this. We want to accelerate this curve as much as possible. Because when you accelerate that curve as much as possible, what do you see? Look at this. We went from being in March 2025, last year, to look at how we have this now steep increase in interest, unique visitors, and now we're dropping back down.
Yeah, that was also the time I started with the Instagram channel.
In October 2025.
Yeah, that was around the time when Soraya was gone. I started to make content on Instagram.
Okay.
And I have on Instagram like 2,000-3,000 people who look at my profile.
How many followers do you have?
Not a lot, 110.
Oh, okay. There you go. You see? Now that's the correlation.
But they check the website because it's right there on the site.
It's linked in the bio.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying here. So we went from a period of nothing happening for a while to now this massive increase. And now we're back on the decline. Why? Because, again, there is that decay curve with social media. You have to be constantly posting, which means we need a system to constantly post. But look at how you went from March 2025 all the way up until April 2026. Your membership has grown over 47%. Since March 2025 to April 2026, you've grown 47%. That's the analytics of this. Okay, why does that matter? Once again, we have to remember this. when it comes to that funnel, keep it really, really simple. Okay? This is the offer. That's it. Just think about this as a container. Okay? It's a container.
Yeah, a 9 month. It was a 9 month container.
That's not what I'm talking about. This is just a container for this free. Okay? It's a free.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? 10 days. You can do 3 days. You can do a weekend workshop. It doesn't matter what this is. It's just a sampler.
The Life Purpose Sanctuary, that's what.
But you're talking about having it be ongoing.
Yes.
I'm talking about having it being like a 10-day maximum thing. We're talking two different things.
Yeah.
You're talking about doing this ongoing for free. I'm talking about doing this a very short period of time.
Yeah.
If you like this kind of
this
stuff.
is about giving them a taste and introducing them to your vibe, what you're about. That's what it is.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Having a weekend workshop, a weekend audit, a weekend life purpose audit or something.
So why not have the 30-day free trial in this place? Maybe too long, 30 days?
Because the thing is, I don't think that it matters the days. I don't think that it matters the days. I think it matters how clearly did you demonstrate the value. That's what I think. So if you give 30 days of shit, it doesn't matter. If you give 3 days of massive value, just like Tony Robbins with Tony Robbins Business Summit, what happens? Why did he do the Time to Rise Summit?
Yeah. And
And it was 3 days.
That's a good point. And also the Ecom people, it was free intense days. And this is something that we want to think about. Do we want to introduce people to a 30-day, a month free trial? Or do we want to have something more compact?
More compact, straight to the point. 3-day intense, massive value. That's it. Keep it so simple.
So then if we do the 3-day workshop intense as a free offering gateway, then would we still have a 30-month free trial?
No. That is the free trial right there.
Okay. So then would we then still have a beta program after that?
Nope. Because that would be it. This is the funnel. Remember, we have to also change that now. We also have to change that thinking now. I think we are stuck in this mindset of it's not enough. We have to give more. We have to give more. We have to give more. I think that has to change. I think we give a lot. And I think that it has to now be balanced out. And this could be a message for anyone where they're like, oh, I have to grow my YouTube channel to 100,000 subscribers before I can. No, you don't. That is a belief. That is a limiting belief. There are people that have less than 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
200.
And they make $100,000 a year.
6 figures.
6 figures.
Yes.
There are people that have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube and they're broke as fuck.
Yeah, I know.
Let's just be honest here.
Yeah.
Subscriber counts, view counts does not translate.
Yeah.
How clearly you show up and you share your message is what translates.
Yeah.
Therefore, the clearer you can speak and communicate your value as efficiently as possible without wasting your time or energy or their time or energy is what's going to convert. That's it. And especially in this new earth paradigm where things are speeding up so fast, you just have to show up and just say, hey, this is what I offer. This is what I give. Da-da-da-da-da. And that's it. Literally copy what Danny Frederick did. Copy what she did. And you will have success. There is no reason why you cannot have success the same way she did. There is no reason why. If this is the funnel that worked, this is even simpler than before. This is even, you know what?
Yeah, I want to keep it as simple as possible.
Let's do this here. Go to ChatGPT. Okay, so we can officially nip this in the bud. Comma. I had Hema tell me about someone. Why does it do that with your name? That she did a 1-year container with. And the offer was like $355 a month or $400 a month or something like this.
Well, it was $4 for 9 months.
Period. And so she paid that amount. And this person had left corporate and they just started this business. It's not like they were fucking years in the game doing this or anything like this. Period. So what they did was they had an email offer that HEMMA found, and she went to a 10-day event where it was a 2-hour live stream every single day for 10 days. And then this person said, if you want to go on a 9-month journey with me, it's going to be XYZ price. Period. The person had no circle group, comma. They had no large social media following, less than like 300 YouTube subscribers, comma. There was about 20 to 30 people that showed up on the live stream for these 10 days. And this person invested 20 hours to deliver massive value over 10 days. And they had all the signups that they needed to give them a 6-figure salary / income, period. So what I'm saying here is let's not make it complicated. Let's make it as simple as possible. We know that we need top of funnel content. We need to be seen. We need to be trusted at very surface level so people get a taste of what we do. We need to have a USP, unique selling proposition, to really communicate and convey our offer and what we can provide people with, period. And that's, again, why we have the brand operating system and why we're going to be working on the cohorts, etc. Period. That's fine. The email is the asset. We generate emails and we really work on communicating that we're going to have a free event or something like this. And then we, at the end or at the, day 2 of the event, we have a, hey, if you want to keep going on with us, we have a 1-year, 12-month commitment to a thing. And we have this, container where we're going to help you figure out your purpose. And we have a discount code and et cetera, et cetera. The discount code is going to be unavailable beyond, 5 days after this event, et cetera. I need you to audit the screenshot and audit how simple that funnel is, comma, and tell me if that makes sense, period. There is the person that did the 10-day event, comma. What I'm saying is we do the 3-day workshop, or maybe we do a 10-day event. I don't know, but we can do a 3-day workshop where we give people everything that they need to know about their purpose in the most consolidated form. And it's maybe, 3 hours every single day or 2 hours. And that's it. And we just show up and we just give massive value in those 2 hours or 3 hours per live stream over a weekend. And then we give the offer, period. What makes the most sense to do here? Audit and grade this out of 100% in terms of what we're suggesting here now versus what you had before. Because I don't see then a point of having a circle group or a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group or a Facebook group if this person is clearly able to have this and they're doing it massively simple without any of these third-party services or tools. And I think that's much, much faster and better, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep it simple.
Keep it so simple, Hama. That's all we have to do now.
Yes, this is cleaner. From the screenshot, the funnel is basically content, email opt-in, free live event workshop experience container paid offer. That is a real funnel. And it is simpler than content, email, Discord, content, email, circle trial, content, email, community app, then offer. In my grade, I'd grade this version 94/100. It is stronger than the earlier community first MVP. Why this score is higher? Because it does 5 important things well. 1, it keeps the tech stack minimal. You do not need Circle, Discord, WhatsApp, Telegram, or Facebook just to validate demand. That is a big win. 2, it matches how premium conversions often happen. For a higher ticket transformational offer, a live event often converts better.
Oh, yes, that makes so much sense. And then what you do is, if you didn't get the turnout that you want, if you didn't get the offer that you want, you just run it again. You just run the workshop again. And that's why you do a 3-day workshop. You get it?
Yeah, this also reminds me to the Millionaire Mind Intense by T. Harv Eker. And they had what's the best word? They had their free events run, I think, in every capital city in Europe for maybe 5-6 months. That's all they did. A free event called the Millionaire Mind Intense. And it was probably between 3 to 6 months, just pushing out intensely that free event to get people into the upsell. And that's when, well, T. Harv Eker is the owner, but he has got his trainees, his trainers who were presenting the 3-day workshop live on stage in every capital city and during these days, they were upselling to the Quantum Leap Mastermind, which costed back then $10,000 for multiple offerings. And I guess that they were running the free events until they reached an amount of people for the paid offering.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something that just came to me really hard. That's why the universe, God, whatever you want to call it, gave you the free events so that you could study and reference those free events for your offer.
Yeah, and that was exactly 10 years ago when I started to get free offers, like literally
You
in
just
my
checked your emails and you got free events.
Yes. And now 10 years later, we're sitting here talking about that.
And it's that simple. That's literally, look.
But you know how many people came to these free events? It was packed always.
That's what I'm and how did they do that? How did they do that?
Well, through YouTube ads, through Facebook ads.
That is top of funnel. That's why I'm telling you, that's the thing that we need to focus on. That's where the energy has to go. This is going to be simple once you know already who your cohorts are, once you figure out what your interests are, once you figure out what you want to be known for. That is top of funnel before the actual funnel. You get what I'm saying? It's like in this regard for us, like you would think that it would be like this. It would be like, social, and then it would be down here to the email, down to offer, right? That's how you think. How I see it is that's the funnel before the funnel, okay? This is funnel 1 and this is funnel 2, okay? So this is funnel 2 right here. This is funnel 1. And funnel 1 is my interests, keywords, cohorts. What else do you have? You have SOC, then you have amplification. Okay? That's what you're focusing on right there. So when you get top of funnel like this, that's the funnel before the funnel. That's the funnel before the funnel. This is what we have to work on, the funnel before the funnel, because we have to figure out our messaging first to get the people into the offer.
Okay, so that's why you said this is not what we need to focus on, which
Exactly.
I wanted to focus on. You said we need to focus on this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's exactly why I'm saying that, because we need to create the sonic boom. Okay? We need to create the sonic boom where people understand who you are. You built the trust. You built all that. Okay? You need to show your competence, your skill sets. You need to show you know what you can do and how you can help people figure out their offer. Because that's ultimately where this is going. Okay? Yes, we need to infuse the spirituality and the business. We need to infuse the feminine and the masculine. Okay? So the receiving part, that's key. That's where you do the light language and the Disha blessings, all that stuff. You give them maybe meditation audios, whatever. The masculine stuff is, how do we piece this together? That's why you give them a system. That's why they need to regulate their emotions and correct their thinking to not make it so complicated. We just literally did 3 steps: email, a 3-day weekend, and a paid offer. Let's finish off the rest of the message, because that's what you really want to focus on here.
Join a free group. Why? Because the live event creates immersion, authority, trust, emotional movement, urgency, concentrated value. That is exactly what people need before buying a bigger container. 3, it tests the real thing. A workshop is closer to the actual experience of working with you than a passive community join. So you are testing. Can they show up live? Do they resonate? Do they feel help? Do they want more? That is much better proof than they joined a Discord.
Exactly.
4, it protects you from fake validation. A free group can fill with low-intent people. A live workshop, especially over multiple days, filters for more serious people. 5, it makes the offer feel more premium. For Hema's kind of work, this matters a lot. A focused live event feels more intentional and more sacred than join our free chat group, where this beats my previous recommendation. You are right to challenge the earlier free community path, because now you have a stronger insight. You already have a real-world reference point showing that small audience, email-driven launch, live multi-day value event, direct premium offer can work without a big audience and without a community platform. That is valid. So yes, this workshop event model is better than building a free community first for your situation. What I would change, only one main thing: do not jump straight to a 10-day event unless you already know people will attend. Start with a 3-day workshop. That is the right move. A 10-day event is heavier. More prep, more delivery energy, more attendance drop-off, more calendar friction. A 3-day workshop is tighter and easier to test. Best format I would recommend. Option A, strongest starting point: 3-day live workshop, 90 minutes to 2 hours per day, clear theme, one outcome, live teaching, process activation, CTA to the paid container on day 2 and day 3. This is probably the best balance. Option B, lighter version: 1 live masterclass, 90 to 120 minutes, 1 concentrated promise, direct CTA to applies join. This is even leaner, but slightly weaker than a 3-day event for trust building. Option C, 10-day event. Only do this later, once you know people already want more. My blunt audit: your current thinking is stronger than the earlier free group first model, because now the funnel is attention, trust, experience, conversion. That is cleaner than attention, email, random community space, maybe engagement, maybe conversion. The workshop funnel has more momentum. The main risk: the risk is not the funnel. The risk is this: you make the workshop too broad, too long, or too vague. If you do that, conversion drops. So the workshop must be built around one clear transformation, not everything about life purpose. Instead, how to identify the real blocks to purpose, how to hear your deeper direction, how to move from confusion to clarity, how to stop drifting and start aligning. One big promise, one journey, one CTA. Best long-term structure. Here is the long-term model I would run. Top of funnel, content at scale. Mid-funnel, email opt-in. Conversion mechanism. Free live event, 3-day workshop, or 1 powerful masterclass. Core paid offer, paid annual or 9 to 12 month container. Expansion IRL retreats, gatherings, intensives. That is the cleanest structure. So do you need Circle or a group right now? No, not to validate. You may eventually want Circle for delivery and retention of the paid offer, but you do not need it to prove demand. That is the key distinction.
We don't need it
My
at
final
all.
comparison.
We don't.
Previous model content, email, free beta group, weekly live value, paid Circle, grade 9100. New model content, email, free 3-day workshop, experience container, paid offer,
This
9400.
resonates much more.
Best final
Yeah.
answer. Use the 3-day workshop model first. It is simpler, faster, cleaner, more premium, more direct, better for selling a high trust container. My recommended final funnel: content, email opt-in, invite to free 3-day live workshop, Deliver massive value. Pitch the 9 to 12 month paid container. Enrollment deadline. Start paid cohort. That is the one I would choose. Final note, do not overcomplicate this with extra platforms. The real lever is not the software. It is the clarity of the promise, the quality of the event, the strength of the invitation, the fit of the people entering us. That's the game. The simplest version that makes the most sense right now is content, email, free 3-day workshop, paid container.
That's it.
That is the best move.
You said something just before you left to the toilet. You said the 3-day workshop we want to do over and over again. And what I add on to this is that one day out of those 3 days could be dedicated to the Life Purpose Sanctuary, where we kick them off with the Diksha blessing. I think we're aligning now, and the Diksha. So we could do a free. So here's what comes to me.
Yes, inner alignment day.
So here's what comes to me. Hold on a second. We're getting more clarity right now. We're getting warmer. I'm getting.
Right.
So if we're thinking about a 12-month container as a paid offer, can we concentrate a very powerful tester, a very powerful taster for 3 days only to give to people of what they could expect during being in a 12-month container with us?
in 3 days. Yes.
Yeah, like a little sprinkle.
Now you're getting there.
You get a little sprinkle during these 3 days of merging the feminine and the masculine, the spirituality with the practicalities and the AI, because this is the reason why our offer stands out is because we are so balancing and merging the feminine with the masculine, the spirituality with the AI and the practicality. And this is the strong puzzle point. This is what is it? This is our secret sauce.
You got it.
That's what it is.
You got it. And basically the 3-day workshop or the 2-day workshop is basically what we're going to be doing over these 12 months.
Right. It could even be just 2 days where one day is the feminine and then the second day is the masculine. Maybe.
Hold on a second.
But my point...
Wait. Because I already figured it out here.
My point was to doing it over and over again.
Yes.
Because it's a mastermind which is continuously open. If we're intending to do this for the next years, then perhaps we have a 3-day workshop every month for every 2 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, this feels way more aligned now to me.
That's way easier than showing up every week and then offering something with no clear outcome.
That's right.
We need an outcome every single time. And the best thing about this is that this is for me, this is the evolution of a webinar. Whereas a webinar was like a 1-hour thing and like people don't know you and you're driving traffic, whatever. This is a live stream where now you get more interactive.
Yeah.
And it's online versus, it's not in real life, sure, but
okay, this feels way more expansive right now. It's getting warmer. Right, and that's why I have been hearing you need to do the sanctuary, because the light language and the Diksha is going to open people to what's actually coming after.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you activate someone, when something is dormant and you activate someone.
Yes. Okay. Now. Let me copy this here. I just need a few minutes to get my thoughts together, but we're getting there. Okay.
111. The clock. You were speaking about alignment.
We are going to do a 3-day weekend workshop that is going to be live streamed, and we're going to do it in such a way that it's going to lead to our paid offer. Period. What I need from you to do is I need you to come up with a name for the free weekend workshop. And I need you to basically create an entry in here. And you, hold on a second, I'm not done yet. And you definitely need to copy this verbatim, the text below, in terms of like how we're going to structure this.
The word that keeps coming to me is life purpose sanctuary.
Okay. Life purpose sanctuary. Okay. Let's do that.
Maybe ChatGPT can come up with some ideas around the 3-day workshop, including the sanctuary.
Hold on a second. Okay, so here's what came to us for a very simple 3-day workshop that we can literally run every single month as a live stream, so that we refine and we use that as like the MVP for testing out what it is that we know that we can offer to people, basically, period. So I want you to look at the day 1, day 2, day 3 stuff. And I want you to map that towards the brand operating system thing. And I want you to tell us like a very simple 3-day outline that we can do for those 2 to 3 hours, ideally 2 hours, so that it's very tight and it's very focused, so that we can run from Friday and then we can end on Sunday. And we have the components that basically complement what HEMMA wants to do and what I'm saying could be beneficial for people. And we give people a very simple taste of what they would expect in this 12-month container. Period. Evaluate and audit this and help us come up with an outline. Cool.
This could be the life purpose sanctuary, the 3-day workshop on a monthly basis. Oh, right. Okay, I'm seeing something now.
Hold on a second.
Interesting.
Tell me what you're going to do.
So I'm seeing something right now. So close your eyes for a moment and just use your imagination here. So let's think about lifepurpose.com as an actual sanctuary, as a temple. And the purpose behind lifepurpose.com is when people come into the container, into the temple, into the sanctuary of lifepurpose.com, they get the transformation that they need to become one with their true soul's purpose. That is our transformation that we can give them, because that's our energy signature of lifepurpose.com. So when people step foot into the lifepurpose.com sanctuary, they say, I am ready to become the highest version of me and to live and fulfill my Dharma, and ultimately to make my ascension, to become enlightened. And when people come in, the life purpose sanctuary, the way I see it, it's like the old outdated ways of church. You go into church for what? For a blessing, for a transformation, to do something to your life, to better your life. Lifepurpose.com, the Life Purpose Sanctuary, is the modern day temple of transformation, where the free offer of the free workshop is the entrance. You can step into the doors for free. We offer the doors to the Life Purpose signature to give you a taster of the transformation that you can experience. So people can then take the free offer of the Life Purpose Sanctuary to receive a taste of what life purpose is about and what it does to their consciousness, what it does to the transformation of their entire being. And then what I see is like you walk in a temple from the entrance. In every temple, there is some form of a pedestal with a seat for a chosen one.
Yep.
And when people choose to actually go really deep in their highest transformation and fulfill their dharma, they are ready to be on the hot seat. And the hot seat is the golden fire, golden holy flame surrounding a golden throne, which is the hot seat for a chosen one that is ready to fully embrace the fulfillment of his or her dharma. So that's what I'm seeing as a pathway. That's what I'm being shown. It does not necessarily make sense right now to your mental body, but it's like this visual should encode what we're doing right now because it's including the pathway.
Okay. Rewatch that and reference and save and bookmark this live stream. Okay? Because I don't know what that means to you. That means something to you.
Yeah.
And, for me, I'm trying to translate that into how can we actionably articulate this to the audience. But that's good. That means something to you.
Yeah.
Work with that. Okay? And keep referencing that. So what we're going to do here is the following. I'm going to put this into Notion. I'm going to put this into that weekend workshop. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to star this. Yeah, this we can delete here. What did you call this group workshop?
The Life Purpose Sanctuary.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, good. So we're moving through this really fast and simply, which is what we want every single time. Okay, if more titles come to you, then great. right. So how I see it is we basically have this so far. It will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Time, same idea, 2 to 4 p.m. CET. Okay?
Alignment, I like that. What are your gifts?
Mm-hmm. All right. So that would be that. I don't know what that means. Let me ask ChatGPT here.
Chinese tofu.
What?
Chinese tofu. You know the thing you eat? You had tofu before.
Yeah. Getting hungry now. Okay, I need you to look at this database and I need you to look at this select tag with the TOFU and the MOFU, comma. What exactly does that mean? And do we absolutely need that in the core offer database? Question mark. All right, now let's read what ChatGPT had here. I have to use the toilet. Break.
Oh, you got the sunlight coming in here.
Okay. All this is so outdated now. And then this is terrible. Keep it simple.
You know what it means? Tofu?
Yeah, tofu. I already knew what it meant, but I wanted to know exactly what it meant. Okay, now let's listen to this, okay? This is important. And this should be the end of this. And if you have any questions, you're going to have to rewatch this live stream because, again, this is not the work. This right here is not the work.
Yeah, but we still needed to get clarity sooner or later.
What you need to create is content and figure out what content is resonating with people, drive them to the thing, which means before that, you need to understand who are you, what are your interests, etc. We need to show this to show what is the model that we're going to use for the workshops. But that's the more important thing. But either which way,
I can just read it.
yeah.
Yes, this is getting much closer. The 3-day workshop can work well if the outcome is clear and tight. Right now, your day 1 to 3 ideas are pointing at this. Outcome. By the end of the workshop, the person leaves with a first draft life purpose map. Oh. Like your compass thing. That's great. Including inner alignment, a clearer sense of purpose direction, a first articulation of what they may be here to do, the beginnings of their brand purpose positioning, and the next step they should take. That is the outcome. Not fully figured out forever. That is too big. Better leave with clarity on your current purpose direction and a first map for how to express it in the world. I like that. That is sellable, realistic, and strong. My audit, this is a good workshop concept. I grade the raw concept 90 out of 100. Day 1 gives emotional and spiritual entry. Day 2 moves into purpose clarity. Day 3 turns that into expression, contribution, positioning. It bridges Hammer's gifts with your BrandOS logic, and it can naturally lead into a 12-month container. What needs tightening? Day 3 is doing too much right now. Cohorts may be too advanced for a beginner workshop unless framed very simply. The final promise needs to be about clarity and direction, not full business architecture. The best workshop promise, I would position it like this. Workshop promise: in 3 days, help people move from inner noise and confusion to deeper alignment, a clearer sense of purpose, and a first map for how to express their purpose in the world.
Pause. Hold on a second.
I personally think I needed this to happen today.
Okay.
Before moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was important for me.
Okay, go.
How this maps to BrandOS. This actually maps very cleanly day one. Before BrandOS, this is the alignment layer. Purpose. Regulate state. Open up the person. Clear the inner noise. Create receptivity. Help them feel connected to themselves. This supports everything downstream. Day 2. BrandOS Layer 1 beginnings. Interests, gifts, what energizes them, what matters to them, Ikigai style exploration, purpose, themes. This is where they start discovering signal.
Time out. This is where I created a Ikigai GPT as well. This is where I can give the free purpose / Ikigai GPT. Mm-hmm.
Day 3, BrandOS expression layer. What they want to be known for, what people need, what value they can give. Well, perhaps we give them already a little bit clarity on who specifically they want to serve, not just people in general, but either which way. What people need, what value they can give. First audience and people they feel called. There it is. They feel called to serve. First message, first next step. This is not full cohort strategy. This is intro level purpose expression. So yes, if it fits it fits BrandOS, but the workshop should give them a simple front end taste, and not the full machine. Exactly. My recommended final outcome: by the end of day 3, each participant should leave with these 5 things. First, inner alignment anchor. This is good. A felt practice or state they can return to. Oh, and I can give them a guided audio that they can listen to over and over. An inner alignment audio or something like that. So each participant should leave with 5 things. An inner alignment anchor, which is a practice or a state they can return to. Second, a purpose direction statement. A draft sentence describing what they feel called toward. This is good. I like this. The third one is about gift and strength map, what they naturally bring, care about, and want to contribute. The fourth is a people to serve clarity, a first idea of who they may be here to help. And the fifth one is next aligned step, a concrete next move for the next 30 days. Well, and also, I mean, I would definitely recommend for anyone, this is me, Hammer speaking, I personally would recommend for anyone being very serious to sit on the life purpose hot seat, on the life purpose throne, which represents an individual who is dedicated, I'm going to fulfill my dharma in this lifetime. Like, these are for the very committed people to really fulfill their divine assignment and to make their enlightenment. And these are the people that we're here to serve. Mm-hmm. And I would give them, I would be straight up with them and say, hey, if you're really, really sincere about fulfilling your soul's dharma, then work with us and join the 12-month container. This would be your next step. I would not be shy about that.
Okay, and then this is basically the outline. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do here is the following. I'm going to send you this. I'm going to write this down in your notes because this is going to be now your homework. Okay, and again, I'm telling you for homework, I'm expecting you to do this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What you're going to do is the following. Actually, I'm just going to write it down for you here. Make it easier because I have it here.
You sending it to me on Signal?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, thanks.
So today is Sunday, April 5th, 2026, and we're wrapping up the live stream right now. We have just figured out the weekend workshop that we can run once a month or once a quarter or something like this if we chose to. And this is going to be for lifepurpose.com. So your homework for this week, Hema, is no longer the offer because we're not there. The first thing is we have to think top of funnel. So you're going to figure out what are your interests and you're going to write those down. What are your interests? Like really take an inventory of yourself. What are you interested in? And then you're going to talk about what do you know you can talk about? Like what are your proven skills? Okay. Then you're going to write out what your keywords are. Once again, I know we did this, but I just want to make sure that we're very clear on this because that's going to be the thing that we're going to talk about the next time around. You have to know what you want to rank for in your keywords. Okay? You have to figure out what is the pain of the people that are coming to your thing. What do they need or what is it that you can give them? What is the need or what is the pain that you can help them alleviate, basically? What can you help them with? Okay? You already have an idea of your cohorts, sure. But really try to think of at least 10 different cohorts and whatever that means to you. 10 potential different avatars. And what does that mean to you? Okay? And then you need to think about what are they interested in, which should be a reflection of what you're interested in. Period. After that, you're going to click on this link, okay? And you're going to think to yourself, you're going to read this information over, and you're going to ask yourself, if someone, and this is just going to be a minimum viable version because we're only at version 1. If someone were to be actually attending this event, what would be the outcome for them that they would need to at least help them get on their way with fulfilling their purpose? Okay. Obviously, the outcome for us is to get them into the 12-month program. But what do they need from that weekend workshop? What are they trying to figure out with that weekend workshop that we can help them with, that we can give them clarity on? So you're going to read over the link and you're going to help figure that out. And you're going to outline. You're going to use ChatGPT as well. You can copy this entire message, copy it to ChatGPT, use the MacBook, copy the message, and then ask ChatGPT, hey, help me really refine this so that we have a really good, clear day 3 weekend workshop so that way we can create content that drives people to this weekend workshop. That's basically what we're trying to do here. Okay? And then at some point, we could even, once you have enough traction, you can skip maybe, I don't know. Maybe even the 3-day workshop could be the application if you think about it. But either which way, for right now, when we create content to the weekend workshop, because the weekend workshop is where you now sell the 12-month community thing. Okay. So figure that out, because we need to move on to the stage of creating content that has your brand voice, and we need to train AI to speak in your brand voice so that you can reach your cohorts as clearly as possible and give them, share with them what is your USP, etc. So today is Sunday, April 5th. Okay. All right. I don't know if you have anything else, but that's pretty much it. And yes, you can wrap up by saying, okay, hold on a second. Let's actually get the camera on you here. I still see that glare there, though. All right. Let's get the camera back on you here. So what you're going to do, Hema, is you're going to create a piece of content now. Okay, you're going to look at the camera. Your camera.
Mine?
Your camera, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and now, because again, remember, we're going to need this to train the voice model. We need to train your voice model. Okay. So I'm going to turn my audio off.
What am I going to say?
Wait, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to give you prompts. You're going to answer it yourself. Okay. Look at your camera. Always keep your eyes on the camera. Okay, what did you learn today?
I can't tell you what I learned today, but I can tell you what I received from today.
Okay, go there.
So what I received from today was much greater clarity on how to move forward and the overall picture. And that's about it.
What does that mean to you?
It means to me that I got what I needed to get clarity on for how my brain works.
Please make my life easy, Hema. Please, I need you to just talk. Just recap what you did today.
Then you're not clear enough. You said, what did you learn today? Now you say, recap what you...
Same thing. Just please, because I need this. I need this for training the model. I need it to. I need your.
Okay,
voice.
so then be specific with what question you ask me. And also be clear in what you expect of me. Do you expect me to talk for 5 minutes? Do you expect me to talk for 2 minutes? 1 sentence?
So, to explain what we're doing. All right, so to explain what we're doing here, we're going to start making a habit of producing one shippable artifact. This is what we already had in our meeting notes, okay? It is not enough to say after every single live stream, we don't have something to show for it. We need output at scale. One piece of content a week is not going to cut it. One live stream is not gonna cut it. We're not in that era anymore, okay? We are in the era of scale. So, having said that, I need you to create a piece of content, which means you're not going to create, you're just going to document right now until we train your voice into the AI. So right now what we're doing is I need to compile as much content from you using your voice, using your thoughts, using how you speak, how you would say something, so that I could feed that to an agent, so that the agent can write a script that is more aligned to how you speak. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we just did a whole bunch of stuff here right now. I need you to talk about that. Talk about all the stuff that we just did, basically. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying here. So I'm going to start the recording again. Give yourself 5 minutes.
Okay.
Unless you have something to talk about with the offer.
So this is also about recapping what I got from today.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me do this for you. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. You're going to just share what happened today, right? You're just documenting what happened today in the form of a long form piece of content.
Yeah.
And we're going to put that up because we have to train and educate the AI as to how you speak to produce scripts and content at scale using your voice.
Okay.
All right? So I need you to just share what happened today.
Mm-hmm.
What was today's live stream about? Just give a summary and just recap that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to start the recording.
So this is a short recap on the live stream that we had today on the 5th of April, 2026. And we basically went over our offering and how to structure our offering in the most simple way possible, so that it's very simple for us and also very simple for people coming into our offering. And we went over an idea which felt very aligned to both Gabriel and me, to offer a free workshop for people as an entry level for the Life Purpose Inner Circle Mastermind / community 12-month membership. And we were basically discussing what could we give people in a free day workshop where they can get a sprinkle, a tester of what we are going to deliver in a 12-month container. And the free day life event is going to be a beautiful symbiosis of both feminine and masculine energetics, where we are really merging the spirituality with the business, the energetics with the structure, so that we can live and fulfill our purpose on a holistic level, because it is both an energetic game and it's also a very physical and structured game, and we need both. So this is what came through for our free offering during those 3 days, is we want to give people a very balanced takeaway for their lives, whether they continue to go deeper with us during 12 months or not, so that they can receive the greatest value during those 3 days. And the greatest value that they can receive from our understanding, from Gabriel and my understanding, is, okay, they're going to need both. They're going to need the spiritual aspect and they're going to need the physical business aspect. And also they're going to need the blessings, working on their consciousness, evolving their consciousness, and also introducing artificial intelligence and how to work with AI. So these are all topics that many people used to separate or distinguish, where people say, okay, it's either the spirituality and it's either or spirituality or AI, or it's either masculine or feminine, or it's either business or spirituality. And we have lived for too long in these separations of everything. And we are here to showcase that, hey, if you want to really fulfill your dharma in this physical reality, you would have to merge spirit with meta spirituality and the physicality, the feminine and the masculine, and to be balanced in every way. And I strongly resonate that we can give something of real value to people who join our 3-day webinar, our 3-day workshop. And yeah, I also got more clarity on what to prepare for the next week live stream and what to focus on from here. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Good. Now, the work is not going to be done until this is uploaded, because I don't think it would be fair to me to be here sitting doing this stuff, and this is taking time to do this. So are you clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Restart iPhone.
You go for subscribers.
Yep. I'm a real social media star now. Restart iPhone.
So you just need to upload it and then we're done?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the title?
Summary recap of our live stream.
Nope. What's the title?
I don't know. It sounds like you know.
Think about a different title, the better title. Come on, this is the work. You got to think about a title here. Come on.
Well, this is all I can think about. Like, this was a recap. Okay, wait, hold on.
A simple funnel. A simple funnel.
For a purpose-driven offering.
Exactly. Bingo. There you go. So we don't need this.
No. It's all extra.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And we're done.
Oh, yeah. And it is exactly 12 o'clock.
All right, cool. We're gonna stop streaming. Any recaps? Anything? What did you think of? How would you, if you had to scale and rank today's effectiveness of today's live stream, 0 to 10? What would you give it?
I would give it an 8.
Mm-hmm. What could have been better?
What could have been better? I don't know. Can't say right now.
Okay.
What about you?
I think it was like a 6, and the reason why is because once again, I get it. You're not like you're the type of person where you need to see it actually happen so you can understand it and you ask questions versus imagining it first and then like rehearsing how it would work and then doing it.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely, I think that's more like you. So in terms of like coming here with, like a leading plan, I understand that you had a certain plan, and I'm not trying to like take over. That's not my intention at all. My intention is to shortcut you. You like taking shortcuts? My job, that's my intention, is to help you shortcut. Because I can tell you, if you were to actually try to do all that stuff right there, that would be the long that's a fucking crazy long, and it's going to lead you to a dead end. There's a difference between playing the long game and then you're actually going somewhere versus playing a long game that's going to lead you to a dead end. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we're very straight to the point and tight about this process, because it doesn't make any sense to do this and you're doing this as a hobby. Like if we got all this stuff, we have to do with it, to that level, and to treat it like an investment. We're investing in our assets, basically. So what could have been improved was we have to get into and it's a mindset thing. We have to let go of this trying to figure out one thing and instead just, hey, what's piece one of the factory? We need to get piece one of the factory going right now. And then we move to piece two. We move to piece three. We understand what's at the end, but we also have to understand what comes very at the top. And what comes at the top is taking an inventory of yourself, having the agents, updating everything, making sure everything is aligned, etc. And then we move down the funnel like a factory, like a conveyor belt, basically.
Well, speaking about alignment, what I got from today is I feel I needed to get the clarity that I received today in order to be aligned with what you want to do.
And again, remember, this is not what I want to do.
No, with like the direction that you pointed in, that we need to focus on the content creation part. But I feel that today was a big puzzle for me that I needed in order to continue on with how we're going to continue on.
Yeah, and just as a recap, like, does it make sense though why I'm emphasizing what I'm emphasizing? Like
the content creation part.
Yeah, does it make sense why I'm emphasizing the system for content creation? Does it make sense why I'm emphasizing you need to change your business model because it's not going to be a viable business model? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. And it could be very possible that the way I have been coming to the live streams was more of a let's just flow. But you are like, no, in order to flow, we first need this structure. We need to focus on that.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's a place to flow and there's ultimately a structure. Like, obviously, we are in a structured house.
And a cold house.
It may be cold, yes, but it's structured. It exists, right? And how we operate in here is the flow.
This is the golden spiral structure, by the way.
Sure. I don't believe that, but sure. We are in a house. It has a structure to it. Okay? How we move through it has the flow. When we come onto these live streams, that's a container, that's a structure. How we flow through it is a flow. Mm-hmm. But even still, we had originally, and again, this is why you have that piece of paper, why we spent that live stream to do that, to have an outline of what needs to be shippable by the end of it. The whole point of us having the content is where you're going to flow. Like when I told you to, say what you learned today, that's your flow. When you do the event workshop, that's your flow. But ultimately, you need to lead them down somewhere. Because if you're blind and if you don't know where you're going, they're going to pick up on that very quickly. And they're going to want their money back. Or they're going to leave you bad reviews, whatever. You don't want that.
Yeah.
Understand?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're clueless about what you're doing, they're going to pick up on that very easily. People are very smart these days. They're not stupid. So we need to make sure that we deliver a lot of value. I'm not saying this to put like a whole bunch of pressure. I think it's very easy to give value when you are committed to the work that you're doing, to your craft. But again, you have to just make sure like, hey, okay, what is it that I want them to leave with? If I never saw them again, if they never saw me again, what do I want them to take with them for the rest of their life? I think that would be the thing to always keep in the back of your head, you know? Like Tony Robbins, he says a whole bunch of shit. But you know, the only things that stuck with me out of all the stuff is the strategy, the story, and the state. And especially the state thing. Like if there's any one thing that I ever would say about Tony Robbins, is always just being in the peak state with the jumping and the clapping and everything. That's it. That's it. And that's what people will probably remember him for too. And Gary Vaynerchuk, the same thing. Like just create content. Just put content out there. You know? So what's that message for you? What's that thing for you? I think that's the key here. And we have to really make sure that we're understanding of where we're going to go and how we're going to get people to whatever it is that you want to impress on them. The other thing is, what could have improved today's live stream was, again, we cannot be spending 4 hours talking about an offer when we did that last week. You know,
but we weren't that clear.
I understand.
I still had a lot of confusion about that and how this would all tie together with creating content. I did not have the clarity. I did not.
Yeah. But that's the problem though. That's the problem though. You're trying to go to step 4 when I need you at step 1 to understand step 1. Because I've already been through all these things before. And I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. So every single week is like little baby stuff for you, you know? Little baby things. But you're asking things that are more like down the road. When I'm telling you that's not the focus right now. The focus right now is you need to figure out how you replicated and you created that piece of content that you did that got 27,000 views. You need to figure out how you can do that again and again and again and again. That's what you need to figure out. Because people are naturally just going onto your website right now and they're clicking on your link and they're subscribing to the newsletter. You need to figure out how to get more people to the newsletter.
Yeah, you may not like my answer. It may not make sense to your mental body at all. But when something is said, like the video, I cannot analyze, okay, why did it receive so many reviews? How can I? This is not how I think. I don't work like this. I said what I said. It was created the way it was created, and it will never be replicated like this ever again. Call it how spirit works through you, how spirit works through me. This piece, it's done. It's over. And there's going to be other pieces. But if you ask me now to sit with that and analyze, okay, why I don't work like that.
Fine. I understand that. I'm just saying to you, clearly there was something that you did that resonated with 27,000 people. Okay, before you hit the decay curve and TikTok stopped pushing out that piece of content. Okay? What I'm saying is figure out how to do more of that. And the best way you can do more of that is to do it at scale. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's what I'm saying. And again, someone can be like, well, Gabe, you know, what are you talking about? You don't have your funnel thing. But just you wait. Just you wait. Wait until I get that thing going.
It's only your inner critic that says that.
Maybe. But just wait until I get that thing going. I'm going to that's my quota. I'm not even going to go by like how many views or whatever. I'm going by like how much am I distributing. That's it. That's going to be my game right there. Just me versus me. But to the meeting, to today's live stream, this is not even a meeting, it's the live stream, is, we have to focus on the top to go down. And the quicker that we can get top down, remember, you don't go down up, you go top down. When you're analyzing in the markets, you go higher time frame to the execution time frame. We always need to be thinking about execution because this is just like talking. We're just talking, but the execution, speaking the customer's language, getting into and getting them to know, hey, we can help you with this. This is the thing we can help you with.
Yes.
That's what we need to get really good at.
Yes, and that's why I needed to get to this point where we are now today, where I have much greater clarity on, okay, we have a free offering. That's what it's going to be. We're going to have a 12-month offering. I needed this.
Okay. So repeat.
This was very important for me.
Okay, good. So if that's the case, repeat back to me what is the plan and if you're in alignment with that, because I'm going to make a note of this on to live stream. So if you show up next week and you say, I'm still not clear, I'm going to cancel the live stream. I'm not going to participate. And you're going to have to watch this live stream over again until you are clear with it.
He's such a strict teacher, isn't he?
So what, but because again, I want you to win. I'm not saying that you're not winning. I'm still not saying that. I want you to succeed at what you're trying to do here. Okay. And I want you to not do the dumb shit that I did over and over and over again before I had to bring full understanding, like, okay, this is not what I want to do. I don't want you to engage in those mistakes. I want it to be much easier for you. And
Thanks.
I can tell you, like, you're very lucky to have someone like me that is willing to do this stuff for free for you. So I'm telling you, because this would have cost you 6 figures plus easily for a coach like me. And I'm very serious. This is very valuable stuff.
It is.
You know, but please tell me what you understood from today in terms of what is the offer, what direction, and does that make sense to you?
Okay.
So that I know and we can wrap it up here.
Well, I already said that.
I want you to
for the video.
Just tell me. Just tell me once again. I don't. It doesn't matter if I ask you 100 times. If you can tell me 100 times.
Clarity for the offer is we're going to have a free day, free live event, perhaps once a month or once every quarter. We can still get full clarity on the name. Let's just call it for now the Life Purpose Sanctuary Workshop. And it's going to be for free. And during those 3 days, we're going to invite people to go deeper with us in the 12-month mastermind container. And that's the short summary.
Okay. And then what?
What do you want to know?
Okay. So we have 3 days. Day 1, inner alignment, spiritual work. Day 2, about me. Day 3, the stuff with like.
Oh, the details? I need to look into those details.
Okay. Fine. Fair enough. But are we very clear? Is that we need content to drive to an email, which is the asset. That is the only asset.
Yes.
To then drive to the workshop, which will be done on Zoom.
Yes.
Which will then be at the end, we'll say, hey, this is very valuable. We're having a 12-month container. It's not a 9-month container. It's not a 6-month container. It's a 12-month container. 1 year. 1 year.
Payment options available.
Yes. Because I can guarantee you it's still this for what we're doing here, even for the brand operating system that I built here, even for the emotional regulation, this is a long time in the making.
Yeah.
And 1 year is basically the fast track. This is not going to be a month thing. It's not going to be a 1 month transformation. And we're talking about selling a transformation here.
Well, 100%. Because if I think about me starting on my life purpose journey was probably more than 12 years ago.
Exactly.
And what if we can compact our 12-year journey about purpose into 1 year, especially with all the accelerations happening on the planet,
Exactly. So it's a 1 year, this is really legitimate transformation work here that we're doing, where it's the Diksha blessings, it's the light language blessings, it's the EFT tapping, emotional regulation stuff, it's the audios at night.
It's from the spiritual into the physical, covering all the layers, body, mind, spirit, emotional, mental, physical, business,
Exactly. It's how to take something that you know you want to do with your life and then expressing that into a purpose thing where you're actually getting paid to exist. And we're using the AI stuff. This is what that is. And the 3 days is just it's a very, very, very surface level baby. It's super baby.
That's what we're about.
For where we're going to take them by month 8, by month 9, by month 10.
Yes.
Very baby.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why I'm emphasizing for you to know this is because, again, I need you to be the face of the thing. Okay. I've already told you this. The future of whatever this is more feminine based. So you need to speak from your feminine perspective. I cannot speak from your feminine perspective.
And that's what I'm doing. That's what I have been.
Yes. And so that's why I'm asking you these questions, the what I'm asking you, because I need to understand that you know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Because you're going to be the one presenting. You're going to be the one talking.
Yes.
Okay. I will share the stuff that I know about the AI stuff or whatever, but you're going to be the one intro, leading, hosting, talking, converting. Hey, we have this thing and it's da-da-da-da-da. Come and join and sign up. That's going to be you. Okay. So the more that you understand what you're doing, and you're going to have to read through the Notion note, the link, the better that's going to prepare you. And you also have to ask yourself too, after those 3 days, is that right? Is that the direction? But we'll see. Because again, remember, if it's day 1, day 2, day 3, and those are the topics, those are clearly going to be very easy things that you're going to have to talk about first, right? You're not going to talk about a Maserati. You're not going to talk about how to build a roof if you don't do it yourself. That's not your offer. So your offer is the inner work stuff that you've done. The offer is, things that you can talk about when you build that content out. And what we do is you talk about your content in your way, and you talk a little bit about my content, my way, my language. I talk about my content my way, and I talk a little bit about your content your way. Because ultimately what we do is we build audiences on our own platforms, under our own personal brand. We drive them to the workshop. Okay? All right. And even today too, like how it worked today, which was a success ultimately, is because you saw it a very different way. I saw it a very different way. Then we converged.
Yeah. And we converged at 1-1-1-1, literally.
Yep. Okay. Done.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Okay. So are you okay with that though? Is that okay for you to do something like that? That funnel step that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So then after this, we have to move on to creating the content at scale, and we have to figure out, all those little pieces beforehand. So next week, the reason why you have the homework that you have is because next week we have to fill that in to start training a specialist agent to create and generate scripts for you.
Okay.
Based on that. Okay.
So for next week, when you ask me where do you want to go today, I don't know if I'm probably not gonna say anything because you already have a plan. I'm gonna do my homework and we go from there.
Yes, and that's why I told you from the beginning, please just do the homework, because if you think you know better, okay, fine, lead it. But I'm telling you from experience, I can see the loop. Okay. I want to get you out of the loop and on the road. All right. So just do that homework, because there's a reason why I'm saying that, and you're gonna know and you're gonna see it when we actually do it.
Yeah.
It may not make sense as I'm telling you that, but I just need you to do it, because then I'm gonna show you. I think that's how you work. That's how your brain works. Like, it may not make sense right now at step 10, and that's why I'm trying to guide you from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to step 4 until we get there, so you can see. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, it's the same with when you build the livepurpose.com website and you try to explain everything to me. It did not make sense until I saw it, and it's like, wow.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. All right, so just do the homework, show up next week. I understand, ultimately, yes, you're going to lead this, but I'm trying to get you to a place where you can lead it and you're not going in a loop, in a circle. Okay? Because it's a lot of work when you're doing it by yourself and then you got no one to soundboard off of, and then you're just trying to figure it out and piece it together. That's the worst thing. And then it just takes up more time and you're just in that fucking loop. So I'm trying to get you out of that loop.
Thank you